Alrighty, time to start this. Recording audio just in case, I guess. Uh, First things first, I need blueprints. Only one. It's gonna be a 5 by 5. So I guess that the easiest way for me to do this is just to grab that and then the small floor blueprint and work with whatever I need to. Oh, I also need a sawmill. I'll just do whatever I need to in oak in the case that I do need to do anything, so. Probably should have went for another floor blueprint, the correct one for that, but whatever. Alrighty, and then I can place down the sawmill. Alrighty. Now I guess I'll just start from over here. So, obviously I could just do 5 by 5, which is technically what it is, or I could do 10 and give them a little more breathing room. Because this way, they each get to be thrown into um, the middle of one of these. So I think that's a perfectly fine way to do it. Um, 'Cause like one here, two, three, four, five. Yeah, that's good. Um, Alrighty. That actually does mean that I need to do plot shifting though, which means that I need to load in my main account. If Roblox would show me my recent played games, would it be possible for it to do that? I really do know. I can just go to the tab because there's someone of my friends that's playing it. Alright. Okay. I started out this plot with 2.5 mil, so obviously I've spent a little bit, but really all in, like, not all that much. I'm actually happy with how little I spent. I had to turn down my music a little more. Um, Anyways, I believe that this account can give full permissions over here, but my main will have to give only delete perms. I don't give anyone delete perms except for my alts, I guess. Especially not on this plot. This plot I just got stuff on visit property and destroy, and I'm pretty sure that's all this needs. So if I try to move this over, yep, that's good. Alright. Now I need to layer this. Alright, now I just have to move the rest of these over to here. Well, fake move them, all in all. And then after I do this, all I really have to do is get the wires connected. So it'll be this middle truck. This is the one where I put all the wires in. At least all the ones that I'm going to be using for this. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do... I got what? The purple one and the white one. I was doing the outside in purple. That's okay enough, right? I just have to do that a ton more. It really sucks to try and do stuff like this, man. Alright. I need to get another purple. It's really not all that many purples. So, this is a new attempt than my normal at working with a display. Because I'm doing the cubes instead of my usual, I guess at this point it's basically a pattern of ugly displays that are just the wire tips. Because like the only time I ever deviate from that is numbers, but I think that the cubes or the squares will look much, much, much better. But it's a little difficult to build with all these blueprints here. So I should probably delete them as I use them. Oh, alright, well, I know for a fact that these three are no longer useful to me, so I get a little bit of freedom, right? Um, it's a little bit of a struggle to get the wires in there, but, you know, not much of a choice that I have, right? Plus, as long as I'm doing this one, I actually have to really worry about the single endpoint, which is good for me. I don't like having to worry about both. Gives me extra room for error. This build is going to look completely different after the Halloween event, which is kind of weird to me. And it's also the first logic build that I'm doing, like, building at all during the Halloween event. And I think it might be, I don't want to say, like, guaranteed, but it might be, like, the first real full build that isn't, like, a tutorial or just a wood sorter, right? Like, a full, logically advanced build, right? I think it might be the first one that's actually being completed during this event. Like, completely during this event, I meant. Um, given that I do complete it, right? Because it's a little bit of a struggle to do something like this. But I'm alright. I'm trying to get this done because I have to have it done before 10 p.m. or else I literally can't finish it today. And the entire point of this is to finish it today, so it's probably just going to be a dead project if I don't. Oh, that's fine. Looks a little weird, but I mean, the focus is kind of on the fact that there are the display pixels there and not that they're a specific way, right? So I'm fine with they look a little wonky. That's why I'm not doing any actual like guide for myself here. I'm not trying super duper hard for these. That was a quick one. If only I could have more of those. Was I not supposed to do it in purple? It's gonna break my heart if I don't have enough purples for this. Because I bought 12. At least I remember buying 12. Because I bought spares of... Yeah, I bought spare blue and white and other blue. Um, well, it's a true dilemma. Dilemma. Dilemma, not dilemma. Alrighty. Uh, there's another one. I just don't want to go to Link's Logic again. Because I'm going to probably try and record this all in one session. And I also kind of don't want to have just like a random bit where I'm going back and forth Link's Logic, you know? Well, not any specific you, but... okay. It's unfortunate to have a truckload like this where there's such a lack of knowledge about where exactly things are. That's why I don't really do mixed truckloads, except for when I'm buying things myself. Like I bought this entire, shoot, I didn't do that. I was planning on posting a picture of the truckloads that I had and teasing the build, but you know, that's okay. That is so not square. Yeah, some of these are definitely a little smaller than others, but whatever. Violet neon wire, right, of course. Because it needs the special name. Um, okay, now the middle will never be active. Did I not buy something for that? Did I really not? I don't think that I did. Man. So I've got... There's a green in here somewhere. There's supposed to be. Okay, right. And this shouldn't be active. There are 8 colors of neon wire. Ah, okay. Yeah, whatever I did, it's... If I go neon wire, LT2, if I search that up, that's gonna show me, um, orange, yellow, green, both blues, red. Did I buy a red? I should have bought a red, shouldn't I have? I believe that I bought a red. Unless that's the red and I didn't buy an orange, and then that'd break my heart. Okay, that is the red, and I did buy an orange. Okay. Did I use my brain at all? 'Cause that's not gonna work. Okay. Uh, yeah, 'cause that's 3. Right. So there are 9, but I can't use 1, so there's 8. 3. Okay, yep. I'm gonna go ahead and use blue as the other one for this. And then orange will be the middle. Alrighty. And then this is just like random choose where I put it. And then I believe that I chose white for the player character. I believe that's what it was. But yeah, these just go literally wherever. Depending on how bright these are, I may have to change them to just hollow squares, which is fine. I wouldn't really mind doing that. I just don't know if I will have to yet, and if I will, then, I'll do it. That's fine. Probably should, but I think that they all having different brightnesses and stuff, I should have checked them separate, or after putting a lot of them together, so it's fine. Um, this also might not work as prettily in normal time. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that stuff looks a little duller during this event. Yeah, that's like really, really dull in comparison to what I'd expect out of the game normally. But that means that this build would be a once a year thing, which would be actually kind of cool, I think. Alrighty. Um, it's really annoying to try and make squares out of these. It's good to have, like, at this point, the way to put these down. Like, it's just a single formula for these. I make them the same way every single time. There's usually no issue. And, of course, it's not consistent among all of them, since I did some before actually deriving that I wanted to do this, this specific way, but, whatever. Also increases my speed greatly. Yeah. See, now that's one of the times where I guess it's too big to deal with this very well. Nope, there we go. I got it. Sick. Uh, in the case that this is too bright, as I said, just then, I could always make it like a Halloween exclusive build. Like every Halloween, I set around some time for people to go ahead and play it, something like that. Cool. Okay. Did I turn my yeah, I did turn my mic back on. Alright. I don't know where I last was talking. My sister just came in and interrupted me again, but I think I was still talking about this being a Halloween build. Yeah, I could set around some time every Halloween and let someone or some folks play it. I think that'd be kind of fun. First Halloween exclusive build in all of Lumber Tycoon, just because it's too bright otherwise. It'd be funny. I'm actually mildly worried now, because I just thought of this. What if all of these are like glitched into the walls and I can then not see them because of that? That would suck. I should actually check that. Oh, my main ended up disconnecting. Okay. That's fine. I didn't really need him anyway. No, I actually do. I do. I do. I've got to rejoin. Gotta just. I should probably just leave the window open. I'm gonna go ahead and not load in on this account right now because I don't know if I need to do plot shifting. If I don't and these actually work, then I'll be perfectly happy. Okay, I would need to load in and get wood so that I could back check this. I actually could see if a tree wouldn't work here though. Just cut a little bit. Hmm. Lasers loaded in early. It's interesting. It seemed like awfully quick turning. Anyways, uh, oh, I think it was just lagging for a second because of the base being loaded in. That's whatever. For now, and I could actually check this on this account, so I didn't. What was I trying to glitch them in anyway? Man, I think mine would just be stupid. That sucks. Okay. New plan. I'm gonna go and get tiles. I could just replace the walls with tiles and we'll be all set. Um, so I need medium and small tiles, or no, it's not called a medium, it's just called a tile. So I need the two tiles that I probably use the least. I like my builds being multiples of 8 usually. Okay. Well, thanks, Thom. Okay. Now I can go back to my base, and I'll have to blueprint glitch again, I guess for every single one of the dots now. But I can blueprint glitch all of them, and then, after I do that, I can... Yep, okay. This sucks. This is gonna really, really suck. Because I have to click multiple different times, and also, like, there's just way too much criteria for moving wires, man. Why does it do that? Getting real tired of the random white bar, but, that's okay. Man, it's really, 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 really annoying. Hopefully this is the last time that I really have to blueprint glitch at all, because I typically only really do quote-unquote pretty stuff for, um, when I'm making a display. Displays are kind of the only time where I really care, usually. So, okay, and then one more. And I can start placing tiles. Literally just need it one back from the outer edge of the wall. And then that's good. I can just start copying this now. Okay, now if I go on my alt, and I saw Millwood over there, because of fancy stuff, the wood should technically work uh, as if it were, as if my alt has the golden blueprint. That should be how it works. As far as I'm aware, that's completely how it works. But, you know, always room for error, right? Okay, I can just do that and then it'll continue. Okay, good enough. Uh, okay. Well, that was not foreseen. Okay, darn. I accidentally filled. I realize now that no one can see what's on my screen, on my alt. Well, on my main, but my alt in context of what I'm recording. But, I just filled, with the wood that I was carrying, I just filled a blueprint that was just on my plot, from an old project, which sucked. Okay, I'll try to avoid blueprints this time, because they typically don't do very well for pieces of wood that I don't want to fill a blueprint right now. Alrighty. And first things first, I actually have to delete the old walls and the old floors. Okay, now this is not enough wood, but it is better than having to not. Alright, I'm realizing now I can just cut this on either account, so I'm guessing that the better way to do it is on my alt where people could actually see it. Oh, actually, never mind. I do not have more than delete perms, and I can't be bothered to do that because it'll make me make a mistake later. Almost guaranteed it'll make me make a mistake later. This is weird. Why won't you fill? Okay then. Misplaced hitbox? I beats me, dude. Alright, it's not gonna be enough, but we're really close. We're really, really close. I can just grab some random tree, little bit of it, and we'll be home free. Definitely not the most visually appealing thing to see literally nothing, but you know, just how's that my problem, right? Okay, literally just a small little bit of this, because I do not want to have excess wood on this plot, because I don't like throwing away wood, but I also don't like keeping stuff on my plots. Okay then. That piece of wood did not work, which I'm under the impression may be due to the permission setup right now. So I'm going to give destroy objects. Well, I'm going to give everything, and yeah, the problem I think was not having save items to base. But if I go ahead and give reset perms, then we're good. Okay, and now those shine through. I'm definitely gonna have to blueprint glitch to wire them, but you know, it's better than not being able to see them at all, right? So now both of my accounts can actually, oh, well, this account can't actually see where the wires are, so I'm going to have to do move and then stop. And it's gonna look like they're just suddenly appearing, like I'm doing this very, very quickly. That was weird. Now there's one missing on both account screens. Uh, I might have moved way too fast. Yeah, just happened more. Uh, okay. Well, I suppose that the message here is go slow or only go fast if you know that you can deal with it. Okay, well, that's like a really random visual there. I'm gonna go ahead and rejoin though, so that I don't have to not see that, because it's kind of integral to this project. Man, it's already been half an hour. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish this today. Jeepers cripes. I probably will. I probably will. I'm not worried at all. But there's gonna be some good bit of thought that has to go into this, but it's whatever. Okay. Click move that. Click move that. Click move that. I'm gonna have to rejoin again. Darn. Yep, because there's just gonna be, what, one missing? Yeah, no. That's not how I want to deal with this. Okay. One more time, fellas. Let's see, have I gotten any pings? No, I've not. What a surprise. Oh. Abden's gonna be live, though. Or is live, I'm not too sure. Okay. Then, after this, I guess I'm just gonna have to go ahead and move this singular wire to be able to see it. And then later I'll actually get it back around to doing display stuff. But for now, I think it is necessary to figure out how I'm going to render rooms. Or I could do the movement system first. I think I'm going to do the movement system first, and it's just counters. Um, and I do have multiple counter designs on this other plot, which means that I can just use the one that I actually need, and I'll be all good. But they're only actually, um, yeah, so I'm going to have the ability to render 3 by 3. I have to have that. So, hmm, I need, right, so, yeah, this is the highest only counter, so I need the cheaper design of this, because I have to have 2 of them, and that's it. Uh, and I'll also have to have the inverse of this counter to subtract. Um, okay. Well, I can start off by placing 4 buttons. Okay, let me start off with something simple. One, two, See why I don't like mixed truckloads, man? Jeepers cripes. There we go. And that's the fourth button. I think that I only actually bought four. I either bought four or eight, but it's shaping up like I did not buy eight. So, assumedly I bought four, which is good enough for this. I'm gonna place them in, I guess, a D-pad formation because that's probably the best for this. I guess I could probably do it with like reasonable placement. Okay, left, right, up, down. I think that's fine. Yeah. So now I just need to do the counters. So I need probably just to bring this truck up at this point, because otherwise it's gonna suck. But if I go ahead and do one, and then I believe that what do I have to set this to? Yeah, they both have to go up by one. Okay, so that's it for there. And then I need AND gates. This is gonna suck. Uh, I really do not like mixed trucks. There we go. There's another AND gate. I have 20 of each, and it's still so hard to find one. Uh, Alrighty. Now signal inverters. I think that I might need to go out to Linkslogic to buy like way, way more signal inverters because comparatively to the amount that it consumes just for the counters, I have like none. So extra links to trip probably soon. But I didn't actually expect this to last the entire time. I was just like, maybe, hopefully, I won't have to go out and buy extra trucks of items. So, it's whatever. Uh, and then two OR gates. So, one OR and another OR. And that's good. Okay. Now, I need to bring over the wire truck. And I can get these wired up together. Okay. So I'm gonna have this as, I guess, up. I guess up. Next, I want to go the closest possible. So we're gonna go right, and then I'll just have to do this, figure this out. Button is also going to go into the delay, and actually I can just do the simplest part first by doing the memory gates. I actually like this design for counters because I made it. I was the designer of this. I designed it. Okay, I was gonna say I was the designer of this design, and I was like, greatest sentence I'll ever speak, right? But here we go. Okay, that should be good. Man. And that should be... I'm not actually looking at the design right now, because I don't think that I need it explicitly. Okay. And then after that... Oh, yeah, we need to do this. And then this also needs to route back over to here, and this should be good. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alrighty, and she's done. Okay. My bad. Now I just need to do that one more time for up and down, and then it's actually our entire movement system. Like, I went into this project knowing it'd be super duper simple, but that's actually pretty easy. I think the hardest part is going to be rendering rooms. But for that, I literally could just do a memory system. Like, if I go up from the first room, right, I end up in the second or something like that. Anyways, I need to find... Because that's what, 6? So I'll have 8 left after this. Not all too much. The good thing about never buying signal sustains is that I never have to worry about my delays being signal sustains, because I just hate them. And I don't even know if the issues that I had with them are still issues that I would have with them. I just have a permanent distaste. Oh, so maybe I did buy 8. Look at that. What a surprise. I found another button. And another AND gate. Look at me, I'm so lucky today, guys. Alrighty. Just trying to make sure that there's no difference between these two circuits, because if I have to do anything with them, I'd like for them to be equivalent. Alrighty. Okay, and there we go. That's going to be our last one. Now I can get back to wire... Oh, no, I have to do the OR gates as well. My bad. That'd be a pretty bad thing to forget. Uh, is that OR? Yep. You can tell from the symbol on the side of them right there. It's a scientific, no, scientific symbol for them, which I guess not a whole lot of people know. I would, assume that, but it's a pretty nice little thing to have there in the case that you don't want to flip around boxes over and over to figure out exactly which one is which. I've found it comes in handy every once in a blue moon. I'm going to go ahead and connect this with up. I think that up is probably the best one for this to be connected to. And then I will have to make the inverse circuits. That is something that I have to do, yes. Almost forgot about that entirely. Could have saved a wire there, but, most of what I do is not to save money, right? So, I think it's alright. Given the amount of money that I still have on this plot after buying probably most of the materials that I'll need, I think that I'm pretty okay on money. the deleting will be a little hard, but I did do it for the internet project, so I don't think it's actually going to be terrible. Nope, nope. I mean, that, no. Out of purely the interest of things being normalized, I'm going to move this to be the same everywhere. It seems like I'm getting rid of a lot of wires very, very fast, because I had 68 in here at first. 68. It's a drastic drop off from 68 right now. One, two, and three. Alrighty, and she's done as well. So I can finally go ahead and start working on the inverse of these circuits. Which I'm thinking is just going to be an and check, because creating an inverse of these would kind of suck, right? Hmm. Uh, yeah, it would have been smart for me to make a proper design for an inverse of a counter before counter with delete, right? That would have been smart. Well, there's not really a way to do that unless I input. Could I literally just negate the circuit? I don't think that I could, because it'll try to turn things off. So if I do like if I do have the inverse delays, um, okay. So if I have the inverse delays, then I'd have to turn one off. Like, if it were on one, then I'd have to turn one off. If we're on two, I'd have to turn two off and then turn on one, which wouldn't work without a sustain or a delay, but I think it's honestly a better method than just not, right? So, let me go ahead and set it up here. Okay, and there's that done. Now I have to check. Yeah, I need ands for this. Alrighty. So if I go ahead and just to make sure this only has the permissions that would make sense. Yes. Now I can go ahead and stack AND gates until I'm where I need to be. Yeah, so it's just one more on here. And then I can just put this one right next to it, and that'll be good. Okay. Now, I should probably just connect this right now. Okay, right. So I'm gonna have to connect this directly out. So I'm thinking that what I do is, alright. I can put delays onto here. So I'll have, like, I can do a 2 tick and hopefully that will work, I guess. So, and if I go ahead and I do an OR gate on here, then I can connect down over here, over here, over to right there. And then after I do that, I can wire into one off. So if I go up, and then that just turns one off. But then if I turn that on, that obviously does nothing. So I need it to then, because this goes from here to here, so I guess if I can just grab from over here, I guess. It'll probably seem like it's more consistent with the system anyway. If I do this, then it's 1, and then next is turn off 2, and then next would be turn off 3, which should be right, you know, in the case that the world works the way that it should. It might be a little too fast, though. I might have to change it from 2 to like 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever, but that's really not a big issue. Alright, so now if 2 is on for AND gates, so I can do if 2 is on, well, if that and 2 is on, right? If this and 3 is on, and then for this one, I can just snag from over here and drag that up. And now, if I press down and 2 is on, then that activates, and this should go into the delay. And this will go into turning on 1. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. That's a little close up on those wires, I think. And then for this, I can also do a turn on, but for 2. Okay. And then if I go ahead and wire 3 into here, then I need to also wire these into their respective offs, right? So this should just turn 2 off. And this one, I believe, should turn 3 off. Alrighty. Did it not turn 2 off? It should have turned 2 off. Did something go wrong? Does it accidentally activate the normal circuit? It's not powering it on. I've got no idea. Because that's not connected there. I really do not know what's wrong. What could possibly be wrong with this? Cause, uh, Oh, right. That's because that's not OR gated. What's wrong with me? Okay, guys. I think I've recognized one of the issues. If there are even any more, right? Might not even be issues. It might literally just be, oh, I accidentally forgot to prevent backfeed in the system. This is a extremely expensive system. Jeepers cripes, dude. That sucks. Alright, and then from here, I need to wire back into this. And then I also need this to wire back into this. Okay. And then that should turn onto 2. And then that. Okay. Nothing. 1, 2, 3. And if I try 3, it's going to turn on 2. Yes! Yes! I did that on the spot. Alright. Made a new circuit. Alrighty. We got to do that one more time. See, that's so weird. Why did it suddenly work once I did that? You know? Anyways, I don't really care. Okay then. Now I need AND gates. It's kind of interesting how consistent this over the top thing is compared to the thing under it. You know, like the AND gates are in the exact same spots, right? Uh, Alrighty. And then I need 2 more delays. And I'm honestly not even going to try without the delays because I would much rather not see something blow up in my face that I almost 100% know is going to blow up in my face. Right? Like, it's almost a guarantee. I'm not even going to try setting them lower because I genuinely feel like they are set as low as they possibly could be without having, like, minor issues. Alrighty. Place. There she goes. And that is it for the opening part of the design. So now I can go ahead and just start wiring everything up. Okay, that's perfectly fine for me. I can go ahead and wire this down to here. And then that wire also needs to be wired out into this. Alrighty, there she goes. I'm actually going to do it like this because I think that looks better. There she goes. Alrighty. Um, Now I need this to go over here. Alright. Um, let's see. From here, I need, right, yeah, this to go into here. And then for this to go over here, then I need for this OR gate to go into turning 1 off. And I also need similar functions out of the other OR gates that I placed. Okay. And then from here, okay, yeah. Because this one is supposed to turn on 2. I'm gonna have to go through, like over and through here. And then I can just place that right over there. And then I need to take the other delay, do the exact same thing, but stop it and pull it down to 1. And there she goes. Alrighty. And that's actually that entire truckload, basically useless to me at this point. I could have sworn that I had more of the cyan and blue ones, but, you know, that's okay. I really do not mind the fact that I had a little less wires than I thought. So, um, then from here, I need this to connect to both of these. Okay, and then the criteria for this is 3 being on, which means that I can drag 3 being on. Uh, yeah, I dragged 3 being on over out from under here, and that is how I did that. Okay, and then I need 2 on, which should just be a drag from down here, yep. Okay, and then from here I'm actually pretty sure that that's done. I think that the only issue originally was designing it. So if I go ahead and I make a right and then delete that, that's fine. If I go ahead and make 2 rights and then delete one of them, that's fine. 2 more rights and then I can delete one of them. And she's perfect! Yes! I'm gonna post a teaser of this. Never mind, no I won't. I don't have Discord open and I'm not gonna open it. Alrighty. It's just good to have a picture, I guess. Anyways, from here I actually need to make it know where you are, which means, I'm gonna need signal locks as well to prevent moving into the middle space. Or you can move into the middle space, you just won't render. But I think that's not a very good way to do it. So it'll be, if not middle, so if at, whatever, I'll do that soon. Um, for now, I'm just going to grab the AND gates that will dictate where exactly we are. So if I'm over here, then there are 3 possibilities. And then the same for the other ones. And that's 9 AND gates. I don't even know if I have that many left. If not, then I should probably just go for another truckload of logic. Because I think that's the only, like, real smart way to do it, is to make sure that every single time I actually go back and make a worthwhile trip. Eventually, I'll run out. Like, I know for a fact that this is not going to be enough, right? But I'm okay to just do this for now, you know? Please tell me that I have 1 more AND gate. Okay, there she goes. And then from there, I do only have 1 more than that. But it's fine. I don't actually need, you know, much more. I should have more than that, but whatever. I do not really care. Um, I can go ahead and make this take information, because the columns are in front of this for a reason. This is actually kind of like my tic-tac-toe. It's just without the, uh, it's just with the move buttons instead of that. It's kind of like what I was trying to design for battleships, actually. I think it's a decent movement system. I don't know if there's an easier way to process the inputs though. I think there probably is. But I can't be bothered to figure that out right now. I need this build done today, so I'm probably gonna see if I can't better this design though, because I do like the fact that I could make an inverse of each one of the designs, but I need to figure it out actually. So I'm like I know how it works. Obviously, I just made this, but I need to figure out a consistent design that works for the numerous other designs of counters that I've made. It's a lot easier with the one of the ones over there. I think it's the first one that I made, where you just press it and it goes up uh, by, and it doesn't delete the past numbers, right? That is actually what is causing me to have to do a special system for this, where it turns on the last one, is that the number gets deleted before, which is just really, really helpful in decoding this, because otherwise I would have to be like, oh, well, I have 1, 2, and 3 on, which one's the highest, right? But it's not like that here, which is great. I'm pretty sure this is the cheapest available consistent counter in the game, so hooray for my design. And it's so modular. I really like that you can just like make changes and you don't have to change the actual base of the circuit. That makes me so happy. Um, anyways, ah, shoot. That's my bad. I grabbed from off instead of on. I should have noticed that. Okay, and then if I go ahead and do this one as well, and I can just drag it around here instead for it to be a little easier for me, then I can grab this from here, match that with this being on, and then I just have to match the other two as well. It's kind of funny because it's instead of matching to, oh, this is on, I'm matching it to, oh, this one has to be off, and, oh, turn this one on after deletion. It's just funny how I'm connecting it wherever works. Anyways, none of them are on. Once I go up by one, um, oh, shoot. Oh, no, 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 that's fine. Oh, but it doesn't start on one, so I'm gonna have to do some fancy stuff with that. I guess I just remove the delete system for one, which is fine. It actually was completely useless, really. I'm gonna have to reroute some wires, I think. But I'll do that in a moment. But if I go, also one to the right, then we've got, we're in the bottom left of that, which is not true because we are in the bottom right. But anyways, completely ignoring that, um, because I don't want to deal with it, we can go ahead and I guess remove this entire little system here because it actually only causes problems. Uh, and nobody even routes to that right now, so I just need to grab this, and then I can connect it directly to here for this one. Yeah, and nothing routes to that for here, so I can just move this out. Move this out. Definitely looks a little more odd now, but I mean, what do I care, right? And then from here, I can route. I'm gonna go ahead and do this just a little bit better, because I would like for things not to be so jank. Oh, and that works. Okay. Alrighty. That means that I can no longer just left out of this. Okay. I can't, like, just walk left out of bounds. Good. Okay. Now I just need to decode where each and every one of these is. So, I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna have to move these tiles over to here, and I'm pretty sure that actually includes every single one of the zones where I can actually be at. So I don't, yeah. Alrighty. Because it's only the middle 3x3 that I actually care about. So, if this one is one right, one up, that means it's going to need to be routed over here. Oh, and that's too long. Okay. Oh. This is why displays are the worst. That's not such a bad amount of light, and considering that you only ever be one of those at once, I think that's perfectly fine. Okay, and let's say that I move right. Whoa. Okay, that's actually wrong. I need this to be... It is the bottom left corner. Yeah. Yeah, because it's opposite. Okay, right. That's fine. I get it. Sometimes it just takes me a second to understand. But yes, that is bottom left. And then if I just move right one more time, I'm in middle bottom. Or bottom middle, I guess one could say. I'm actually going to see if I can't just wire all of these up without too much looking directly at what it's telling me, just so that I don't have to put so much effort in. And I guess it's not really so I don't have to put so much effort in, it's just so that I don't have to keep going back and forth this, and I can also make sure that I can play it as soon as possible. Because technically I could play this as soon as I actually get the wires put in for moving around. It's playable. Alrighty. Okay, that sucks, but I can't actually fix that. It's like the one issue with my counter, so people are just gonna have to deal with it. Deal with it like I have to, guys. Okay, and then this should be the equivalent of, oh, I'm still there, but I went up by one. So this is actually a very, very simple thing to route. And it really, really should not be that hard to do the rest of the game. Because I'm pretty sure that I can just, oh, render this room. If I don't have this key, then this. If I do have this key, then I can walk through the certain door. Um, there's going to be a little more, like, actual coding aspect in it, I guess. But it's not going to be so difficult. Because it'll be like, if at, right above this door and click down, then go down through the door if I have key. Which is basically just, it's not actually going anywhere because your player isn't going to move. Um, or actually, should your player move? Because you're going like down through a door, so you'd be at the top of the room. Okay, so your player will move. I regret my prior statement. Your player will move. But it's just re-rendering a room, right? So I can actually have the player model render at the precise point that I want it to. And then that completely solves the problem that I was expecting where your player model... I mean, what am I talking about? Oh. Yeah, so I'm not gonna actually have to like move the player model at all. I just have to turn off their player model and then re-render it somewhere else. So it's basically a full clear. So I'm gonna have to build a full reset into the system. Woohoo! I love those. Um, and then that full reset is going to have to uh, be used every single time I re-render a room, and it's going to check, oh, what room was I just in? Uh, well, I guess there's going to be a memory or something. I'll figure it out. But it's going to say, oh, I was in this room, and it's just going to render based on what room you are in. But it'll do like a one tick start for where your player model is, I guess. I am really going into this project with zero pre-planning except for of the 5x5 board. Like this is all that I actually thought about before making it. So yeah, this entire system is based on just the idea of, oh, I can do this. Okay. Yeah, and I have to remove that function. I just wanted to see it. Alrighty. Um, your ability to move into the middle is going to be very, very restricted. Actually, I think that I can allow that because eventually you'll go into there, and I think that I'm just gonna full clear except for the middle part. Okay. So let's not actually delete that yet. But I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And I think that's actually really, really cool so far. Because I've never actually done a movement system like that. Because I don't do like coordinate grid placement stuff, right? So that's cool to see. Um, anyways, next thing I guess is to well, it's actually very, very easy the next little bit that I have to do. I just need a not gate. And this is very, very easy because the four corners, the 3 bits on the four corners, will always be on. That literally never changes. Um, so these will always be on, and the only possible exception to that is like, um, for whatever reason, like the game is off or whatever else, whatever other like function I put into there. Because I could, of course, have like a game off thing, right? Um, or game over, I guess. Yeah, because I did think about doing that. Where you're like, when you finish the game, you don't actually have to have everything still like technically open. Like when you finish, as I said before, man, that was a bad stutter. Um, if you walk into the end part, you'll just see only the end part. It'll do a full clear. I think I said that before. If I didn't, then oh, spoiler. But I think it's fine. Anyways, I can actually just go ahead and connect the corners all to each other first, just to make my life a little bit easier. It really is shaping up to be a quite bright build, so it probably will be like, oh, we play this exclusively on the day where the Halloween event is out, and then not at all after. Which is fine with me. I think that having like an exclusive build like this is actually quite cool. And the ethereal look when you're placing a wire, that is so awesome. Okay, now I actually cannot see it over here, so I'm gonna look at it on my main account. Technically alt as of right now, but main account. Yeah, because it is, technically speaking, different from the rest, so I think it's fine. And it also makes this board look heavenly. Jeepers cripes. The oak wood literally looks like it's made out of, like, plasma. I am liking this board so far. Uh, the doors, being honest, dependent on the room, and the same with the middle. And so are the keys. The keys will just be white as well, like the player model, but you should be able to recognize where exactly you are. Uh, I'm thinking that I just have, like, I need enough rooms for all four keys, so I need at least 8 rooms. And then at least 9, because I also need the one with the middle part. So I'm guessing I can just do, like, out of this room, I go into a room that is, I guess, huh, out of this room, I go into the room with the green door and the blue key, and then I just kind of grab all the keys and move around. And as soon as I touch the key, right, oh, that sucks. Because the keys aren't colored, you're just gonna have to guess which door you can go into. Yeah, it's too bad. Uh, I guess I could always do like a master key, so you're just kind of like looking around. This is supposed to be a very simple build anyway, right? So that helps me a little bit. I only actually have to run. Well, I still have to render all of the rooms, but well, I mean, I guess that I yeah, the room rendering. Hmm. Okay. So from now, yes, I do have to do room rend. What else could I do? If I'm looking for something to do that's other than just the end of stuff right now. I'm gonna move these because they're kind of distracting to me because they're the only actual pieces that are still left right now. What should I do next? Because I've got the movement system. I need to do uh room rendering. I also need to have key grabbing, walking through doors. Uh room rendering, key grabbing, walking through doors, walking through locked doors, which is a very simple system. But I obviously don't have the locked doors right now because that's kind of a part of room rendering. So I also need the key grabbing. Um, lock from middle until middle is on. And then yeah, it'll be like you walk into the middle and it's a claim. Oh, I'm just now realizing that I actually cropped out the menu and most of the text chat from the video, which I think maybe makes it look better. Okay, well, I guess feedback on that later, right? I think I did that at some point. I think it was for a stream, actually, that I did that, but... Or it was when I was... Whatever. Point is, I need to do room rendering, which will take a lot. Key grabbing... I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do that, but I could do walking through... No, I should do room rendering first. Lock from middle until middle is on. That's something I'll have to do later. Because I don't want to do it right now. Walking through doors. I guess the next thing for me to do is room rendering. I think that's the only viable option. Which sucks. Which definitely really, really sucks. So, let's go ahead and I guess do room rendering. Uh, so I can have a preset for each room. Nope, I've got to get more logic gates. Okay. I'm going to just do this, dump everything that's in this truck right now. Because it's all stuff that I will need either later or not in this truck right now because I need to go and do another logic haul. So I guess I explicitly need a lot of not and gates. That's just oak. Okay. I was a little worried for a second. I was like, is that spook right there? Just getting ready to, I don't know, scare me? Ha ha ha. I would like to find a spook, but I don't know proper spook hunting method during this time of year. So, uh, I guess just look around really hard, right? Sounds about right, you know? But from a distance, every tree looks like spook. Just, if it has a larger trunk, I guess you pay some attention to it. Because spook will typically be a bigger kind of tree, I guess. Without branches, they all look special. Or without leaves, I meant. Kind of just blazing time until the fairy shows up. And that's just an oak sapling, I think. Yeah. Huh. Well, I don't know how long the stagger is. Like, it could be 3 hours, it could be half an hour. Right? I haven't been told, right? So, at least not by someone that I actively trust to tell me something that's undeniably true. So, I'll just wait at the ferry for a little while. Which sucks, because I didn't want to have, like, a major break in this recording. But you know what? Some things can't be helped. So, I guess I could post that teaser now. Okay. Yeah. Senseless bat. A fourth bit has been added. Display. Okay. I'll reply to that guy as soon as I possibly can. Okay. Oh, Fairy's here. That means that I can at least... Oof, truck bee hopping is crazy. That means that I at least don't have to wait as long. So for room rendering, I'm guessing that I literally just set up a group of memory gates. I could, yeah, I'm gonna do it in order of where the rooms will be instead of just like a flat layout so that it's easier to see. Uh, like understand, I guess, for me to grasp even. So I'll do a layout, I guess, of like one room out from each, and then another room out from each of those because they'll have a key room, a key door. Uh, and then one of those rooms will have it, so it's 1 plus 2 times 4, 8. Yeah. 8 rooms to render. 3 will be the same. Uh, and then most of the other ones will be just about exactly the same. So, and the map rendering doesn't really have to be all that hard. So, I'll just kind of have to stop people from telling each other where the key is, because I'm not going to do a random generation for it. We haven't moved yet. But for room rendering, I'll have it laid out visually. Um, okay, we're finally moving. Okay. Okay, almost here. And then I'm gonna have 9 rooms, which means that I need 9 memory gates, which means that I need at least 18 NOT gates. And that means that eventually will need more wires, but I get individual wire trucks instead of just going for that with my logic trucks, because I need a lot of wires all the time. Um, what else is needed for room rendering? Just spook tree! Yeah, baby! I can't tell if that is spook or sinister. I'm going to say that it's spook, though. I'll have to come back soon. Okay. Sick! That's awesome, dude. I'm joyous right now. Yeah! Okay, dude. Sick! Alrighty. Does that count for any explicit points? Um, shit. Show chat and player list if possible. I don't know exactly why those are two required things for this. Um, Guidelines above. Triple spook, no. Stomped one segment. One segment, 3 branch. I have no idea what this is. Someone's gonna have to class it for me, huh? Anyways, uh, it's cool to find that. Is it growing? I think that it's finished growing. I think that I should just take this home. Unless that's gonna grow out more. It is. Okay, it's not done growing then. I don't know how long spook trees typically live for, so I kind of just want to cut it down so that I'm not gonna waste it. But I don't know. It's actively growing for sure. Yeah, she's still growing. Cool, man. I got a spook. Maybe got a spook. It could also be a sinister, and I can't see. But to be fair, it is literally the event in which you're not supposed to be able to see. So, what a surprise that I can't see. Because like, I can't see a granite texture on it, which means that it could be sin, but I also can't see a glow coming off of it, which means that it's probably spook. But glows are obviously dampened quite a bit because of the end times event, which you could see with the wires. So, what do I know, right? Man, visibility is really, really bad right now, dude. Holy cow. I can't see anything, man. I guess I should probably just wait here and watch it grow until daytime happens. I guess, like, when I'm leaving, I'll probably cut this down and bring it along. It's a surprise to find, like, I kind of expected to find a spook tree, but it's also kind of surprising to find one, if that makes even, like, a sense. So my mic is working, right? Yes, yes it is. Alright, just making sure. Do they really, like, grow this slow? Boy. Just to make sure, I need to figure out if I have enough file space for a video this big. If I go to this PC, I probably should not. Which basically just means I delete old footage that I don't need anymore. Specifically things that I know for a fact I don't need. One of those was about to be the recording of this video. Probably would not be my wisest idea. Yeah, because this is the only recording I'm doing today. So literally would have deleted this video, which I don't think that would have been very wise. But if I go to desktop, I can find I don't know how slow they grow. Like, is it really this slow or what? All right. Oh, that's why that doesn't work. Okay. Okay. And then now I can exit out of all of that. Recycle bin, empty recycling bin. Okay. And then I can open back up my clients. I need to turn this back into full screen. Full screen. There she goes. Yeah, this didn't grow at all, so maybe it's done growing. Maybe. Oh, no, she's not done growing. See? Okay. She's just doing stuff really, really slow. Alrighty, so I just got a DM from a buddy, and he said that it is a one segment three branch. So seriously, let's see, because that is explicitly stated in the spook event. 25 points. That's not so bad. I like that. What do you need? 100 points. Jeepers cripes. So I'd need a whole lot more. Okay. It'll most likely be a monster too. Okay. Well, good news, fella. I guess I've got a big tree. What was I coming into here for? Oh, yes, logic gates. Alrighty. Well, I guess I'm gonna grab another 5 stack of this. Uh, I honestly might have to grab more than 20. I feel like I probably should grab more than 20. Probably 20 AND gates and like 40 of these, I guess, would be fine. I don't really mind. Whatever works. But I feel like it'd be kind of a waste to come out here and not get like what is, like a full load. So I guess I'm going to get what? Another 100 items probably would be my best worth. Okay. I have to go AFK for a second. Finally back. Oh, I came back with a really loud voice. Okay. Darn. Anyways, that's 8. This is like the first time I'm actually getting a recording of, okay, of me like buying items. Because it's not really an important thing for me to do with most projects, but I can't be bothered to load an alt and bring truckloads off of them for this. So it's tiny, and then I don't want to have to move truckloads around, and 16. Okay. Gonna skip that song. That's 16. And then I'm gonna have 20, and then I'm gonna restart count to make it easier. Um, yeah, this is gonna be 20, and I think that I probably will end up using most of the materials that I buy on this project because, man, it's turning out to be like somewhat big. I expected the room rendering to be big, so I'm not that like, oh wow, it's so crazy for that, but it's a little interesting. Because it seems like a relatively small game, but I'm making it even smaller than it already is. So, it's a little sad that it's being made even littler, and it's still kind of expensive. Making full and effective games is more of a like actual coding thing. Logic is very limited in what you can do, uh, because so much of the recognition here is bad. Like, I can't just say, oh, this and this. It's a physical representation. It takes up data and it makes the game laggier, and that's 8. But I think that it's perfectly fine to do logic and make games simpler for doing it with logic. Because it's, like, this is still going to have the essence of the game, right? It's going to be a little less, like, fun, but it's still going to be the game. So I don't think there's a problem with it. That's 12. And I think that the game is actually still going to be at least a little bit like fun. It's a small project, right? So it's probably going to end at like data size 3 at the very most. Uh, and it's going to take, no more than like 5 hours, and it hopefully like 2 at most more because I do not have any time. I already have to kind of rush through the 16 because I have to make dinner soon, and then my dad gets home and he wants to watch a movie, and oh boy. Alright, and this is going to make 20, and then I can start buying and gates, and then I'll need to buy more of other stuff. I'm going to assume that I'll need some more delays, so now that I've got 40 this, spook is over there still. I'm very cautious about how the spook ends up. I'd like for the spook not to die or whatever. VIP is like really, really secure, so I'm not worried about someone joining and stealing it, but still. That was first, I believe. So that's 4. Um, hmm. 8. 12. Buying like a lot of logic, like the amount that I need for the internet project, like that's something that I'd never do, but I'm perfectly happy to do it for these smaller projects, like 16. This is um, a very easy project, and it's got a lot of, easy materials to get. It's using very few materials all in all. So I think that this is like the perfect example of, oh, I can buy the materials myself and there's no problem with it. Um, I am kind of getting like this appreciation for sitting down and just buying stuff, listening to music, of course, but I think it's okay. I think this is actually going rather well. I don't really care right now about the amount of time that I'm spending buying these items, which is unusual because normally I am hating something like this. But uh okay, so I'm at 60. I guess I should probably do ore gates as well. I just don't see any real point in not doing ore gates when they are also an important gate. So, like, I've already used a whole lot of these, so I should probably have them out. Because otherwise I'd have to use NOT gates for it, and I have, a limited amount of those. Because NOT gates, if you place two of them in a row, they're the same function as these, but they're also slower. Or at least they should be. That's 4. I wish that they were closer to the shelves, because that would just make my life so much easier. 8. Because, like, at this point, I'm walking all the way over here to get a single ore gate. Well, all 4 of them, really. I've got an efficient method for grabbing items, but still. It's 4 a time, and that's not really a lot. That's 8. This is gonna make, uh, okay. 12. And then after that, we're going for 2 more rounds, really. Could just call it that. Okay, and that is 16. And then this will be 20, and then I'll buy 3 of the 6 delays, and then probably 2 more of a neon wire, I feel like is probably what I'm going to end up doing. Probably the cyan ones. Uh, Alrighty. Yeah. So, time to purchase delays. It's actually a surprising amount to get actually on the counter. 3. It's pretty good. Oh, it's nighttime, so soon the shop is going to close. I kind of forgot about that. I just looked at the night sky and I was like, oh, so it'll probably still be hard. Okay. Speak of the devil. Alrighty. That's what those 6 or 12, I mean, 12 of the delays. I should probably just go back. I don't see a point in staying around so that I can get 8 more items, most of which I probably will not end up actually needing. So did I actually get another thing of delays? I don't know if I only got 6 or not. I think I might have only got 6, and then that's like a small amount, but still I might as well go. Because it's like, it's a matter of I don't have a lot of time, you know? This truck feels awfully full for the small amount of items that I'm putting in it. My last 100 item truck looked like it had less in it than this. I don't get it. That's interesting. You'd expect that pile to have fallen down. Jenga. And there's like, it feels like a lot in that. And there's a lot in here. I still don't know exactly what kind of tree this is. He said one segment, three branch, uh, which I guess so, but I also don't know how this is classed afterwards. If there's any specific criteria, because he said monster, which doesn't help me understand what it is. Like he said, it might be a monster when it grows up. I think I said he probably will be a monster when it grows up, but still, not helpful. Uh, Where did I get it at? Not the maze entrance. Mainland Safari Grass Coastline, no. On road, no. Ones that went three branch, old tree, microscopic branches. Yeah, it's not mine. Oh, two segments. Sudden spook, monster giant tree. Monster giant tree really does not help me at all. I'll have to ask again once it's fully grown. Okay, and we're ready to go back to the mainland. with my decently sized logical. Not a crazy amount, but it's good enough. Good enough for now. But as soon as I get there, I will probably be AFK making dinner. I'll be coming back to that spook at some point. I'm not gonna let her die, but it'll probably be when I'm starting to get off. Are we back? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. All right, move. There we go. Okay. And after this, I need to probably immediately get on cooking dinner. That is really weird generation for an oak tree. I've got to be honest. Made me think it was another spook for a second. There's probably another spook in the server, but I was just gonna be surprised if it were right there. Anyways, I suppose that since I'm gonna be cooking dinner, I should probably well, I'm gonna close out of Discord because I don't need it. I'm gonna set up an auto clicker. Auto clicker. And then I'm going to mute this and just come back once I actually do. Yeah, I want this all in one take anyway. I have no idea how long I was gone for, but it was probably like an hour. So I'm just gonna say if I need to, and I probably will, I'll edit a caption saying skip this part or just like cut it out when I post uh, the unedited recording because like it's got to be edited. There was an hour of nothing. Let's see. I have DMs right now. None that I can really reply to. Someone replied to my post. Is this mentioned in my list? It isn't. It is not on my list. Okay. Yeah, so I was gone for like at least an hour. Anyways, that means that I need to pick up the pace. So, we have to start doing room rendering. And if I remember exactly how I was saying that I was going to do that, I can go ahead and move this truck out of the way because it's getting annoying. Um, and then from there, I can go ahead and start setting up room rendering. So I've got the starter room, which is how you start the game, and then you have two out from there in every direction. So nope, that's not right. And then out of pure interest of no problems, I'm going to do it like this. Okay, and then I should just be able to place the partner parts of all of these, and it should be good. I was doing so good at clicking them without knowing what it actually was. Man, I'd done it like 5 times in a row, and then it became a problem. Guess my luck's running out a little bit. To be fair, there are like a lot of not gates in here, but not enough to guarantee that that would not happen. So I'm not too surprised. Okay. Anyways, that is room ready for render. So at this point, it's kind of just bring these wires over and get ready for wire input into here. Um, okay, yeah. So I just have to connect the wires here. And then after that, I can actually just connect where all these things will render to. Like, that's perfectly fine. I can just connect them to where they'll render, which is nice. Yeah, so I'll have it when memory gate is on, then that, and once you move out of the room, I can just connect it to turn that off, turn the next one on. And because there doesn't really need to be a counter mechanism for this, where I could do a counter instead, but it'd be a really weird counter. Um, yeah, I actually couldn't do a counter design for it because the counter would be like, okay, so I start in 1, then I go up to 2, and then I go down back to 1, and then I go to 3. Um, and I can't add 2 very easily. So that would be a very stupid way to do it. So this is actually probably the best method for it. And of course I could do it in less space if I were comfortable not having these further apart. But also, what kind of an idiot wouldn't want to have these further apart? I got a level. Because this just makes it... I mean, like, I guess it would make you seem smarter. Um, but seriously, this makes it so much less likely for there to be an error. And this thing is still like one plot. Oh, actually, wait, no. No, it's still like about a plot. But I do have 9 plots on this. I kind of forgot that I expanded it past 4. I wanted it to have an even center. Well, a clear center around the sign. Alrighty. Anyways, that is our rooms done. So I can go ahead and got 3.5 hours for this. Um, First things first, I think that the most important thing to do for the room rendering is actually figure out how the rooms will render, which is basically when on have a specific amount of criteria, right? Uh, ooh, that's not good. Um, okay, okay. I have to figure that out. Um, okay. So I'm thinking that which one is used here? Is it blue or cyan? I believe that it's cyan. No, it's blue. How interesting. Um, Alrighty. So I need 2 more cyan wires. Okay. And that is going to add one more thing to rendering, but it is important. And then I'll buy extra cyan and blue because that's what I'm gonna draw stuff with. And I should probably also get extra white. Okay, so I'm not spending a lot of time out getting stuff, but for now though, all things are given. Um, all right. Since I'm not anywhere near my base right now, and I can't really be, this is fine. Alrighty. Oh wow. Wow, that was bad. Anyways. Okay, we're going now. I shouldn't really be there for long, and this does let me check on the spook tree, so that's good news. Since the other Roblox client is closed, I don't think that I would mind having Discord open, at least for a little while. I think that for today, I should also put on these avatar decorations because I just used my orbs for them, and it is Halloween day, so I can't think of a better time to put them on. Avatar decoration right there, nameplate right there. Alrighty, we're here, which means that I get to check on the tree. Over here, she looks a little bigger than last time I saw her. Oh, she's pretty. I think she's done, though. Is that... Oh, it splits off. Okay. It is a 3 branch, though. Alright, I'm gonna send this to my buddy and see what he has to say about it if he's still on. Um, Alrighty. Well, the tree's there. I asked if I should cut it yet. Um, I need two more cyan, but I'll go ahead and I guess get four and then one blue just to make that two as well. Um, and then I'll need to buy all of the whites twice. Alrighty. Well, if you could stay on the counter, that'd be nice. Um, okay. Four items for 28.80. And then all I need to do here, and then I can leave, is grab four more wires. I don't know if I'll need anything else for this project, so I think that it's perfectly fine to just leave it after this. Um, I think that she might be fully done, but I think that I should still wait for what my buddy's gotta say. That was a bad omen. That's also a bad omen. Wow. That's actually just only because I checked Discord. I kind of feel stupid. Okay, so for rendering, I think that's like genuinely really simple because it's like if I go up from the certain room, right? If I click the up button whilst in top middle, uh, that's actually perfect. If I click up button, so top middle, um, and up up button clicked, um, and door is not on, um, and uh, and whatever room you're in, and then it'll just try to go from there. Okay, sick. Alrighty, back at the mainland, which means that I get to put the very little last bit onto this build. Uh, at least the display of it, I meant. And then I get to do even more work. Sick. Alrighty. It's actually quite nice because these cyan wires are, oh. Well, that would be a problem now, wouldn't it? Okay, so I have to load up my main account again. Whoa, dude. Is the tree not gone? The tree won't be gone. The tree won't be gone. That piece of wood's still there. It's not a new server. Seriously? This might be the greatest news of my life. That, okay. You guys are gonna have to follow my main account for a minute, because as soon as I tried to join my main account, my alt disconnected, which means that I'm gonna go over and see if this tree is gone. Oh my goodness, dude. That gave me a heart attack. Oh man. I'm gonna be posting this video so everyone gets to hear how I immediately viscerally reacted. She's still here. Okay. Oh man. It gave me a heart attack. That was frightening. She is so big, though. That's a massive stomp. Okay. And now she's getting chopped down. I do not know how long it'll take to cut this trunk. What is the texture? Alright, I'm pretty sure this is just a big tree. Looks like smooth plastic. How sad. It's taking a really, really long time. Pretty sure I'm nearing the end though. Yep, there she goes. That is a massive trunk, dude. Jeepers cripes. I have to be careful with her. Yep, okay. We are not going to be able to haul her back in this form. Uh, yeah. Kind of interesting that the chopping particles reflect what part of the tree you're cutting. So that follows CJ brown, whilst once you're cutting the bark, you're cutting black, so it's actual black particles. I never noticed that detail. I guess it's a little easier to notice when you're using a bad axe for a really, really hard tree. And I guess a lot of trees just have a similar color on the inside as on the outside. And I don't pay very much attention. That probably contributes a lot. Man, this is gonna take a while. I don't even think I can sawmill this bit. I think it's just like a trophy piece until I have to leave. It's easily moved though. That's good news. The I don't even know if it was because there was a Roblox update that my game crashed, or if it was because the thing that I'm using no longer supports it. Because they like to swap between whether or not it's allowed a lot. So I realize that I'm being kind of quiet, but it is delicate procedure. I really like to not lose even like a single part of my first ever spook tree. Even if one of them is terribly likely to not be possible to use. Specifically the stump. Like that thing does not look usable. Alrighty. Okay. Jeez, dude. Okay. take a while, isn't it? Did my music just pause? Yes, it did. This is kind of mind-numbing. What? I can't. I have something that I need to get done before 10, and it's taking a little while longer than I expected it to. probably best unless we all want to watch it at 10, but alrighty. Uh, yeah, this is gonna suck. What's up?
We have candy.
I know that.
Should I just bring the candy to you?
Yeah.
Now I'll make your life easier.
Probably should have seen if I could have gotten this in with those. Would have been easier than separating this, and then I'll have to cut it again in a minute. Well, it's kind of dependent. It really depends on if this will fit. That does fit. It's kind of surprising. Huh. It probably won't for the others, but that was remarkable. It looks like it'll fit actually, and so does this. It's actually quite nice.
We share these.
I know that, Allie.
Just trying to clarify for you, bro. Okay, yeah, share those, and then last piece of candy. I made sure to put them in separate pockets so they don't get mixed up.
Right, yeah.
Right, we gotta pick a stack. So.
Yo quiero
What are these?
Hershey's, I think. Right? So,
No,
where did it go?
yeah, I'll take this one if you want that one. You want that?
Okay, yeah, sure. Anyways, we have to do the Frankenstraws as well, as the nerds.
So we gotta.
Yep.
These are bothering me by being upside down and not perfect, so I'm just gonna. You get that
Okay.
sometimes when you want them to be perfect and they're not perfect, and then you have to make them perfect.
Okay.
Did you not hear anything I said?
1, 2. Okay. Choose a pile.
I don't like how that one looks.
Okay. So, I'm gonna keep those right there. And then the Frankenstraws. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18, so 9 apiece. That's what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 6. Yeah, it's 18. So we should both. Okay.
Somebody is gay.
You need 2 of those. And And then
Or should I put these?
just, I don't know, hold on to them. These three.
I look orange.
And then
It's fine now. 5 second rule.
uh, that's four.
Okay.
Is that five?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
10? No, you need nine. So, one of these.
10. I was like, I was trying to be like, you're gonna take my green one?
No. We get an equal amount of all of them. Luckily, they were all even numbers.
Or else it would get complicated fast.
Well, no, not really. Not that complicated. I just have to convince you to give me the better ones.
Which you don't have to do. Yay!
Anyways, that pile is yours.
Yep.
This is trash. Okay. Yep.
Isn't it on Sonic?
Meh.
Exactly. I knew that you weren't gay.
Wow.
I knew you. Love you.
Love you. Definitely not my smartest idea to be cutting moving wood. There she was. Alright, and that's also trash. Hopefully this works. I think I'm going to stop cutting this tree at 8 no matter what. Got no idea what this is. Okay. This is Dove chocolate. Does it have a message? It does. Treat or treat who needs tricks? Wow. Terrible advice. I love tricking kids. I do, however, like treats, so they might be onto something. Yeah, so I'm gonna put, what time is it? 40? Yeah. This tree shouldn't even take 20 more minutes to cut. I just want a clear time in which, like, if I have a delay or whatever, I'll be back working on it in 20. Because it's genuinely important that I, get this build done before 10. And I think that 2 hours to finish it up is not a terrible amount of time, but also not great because it is ooh, something I've never even really tried before. Oh my god. Mm. Oh my gosh. That's so good. I'm just chilling here eating candy and I eat a Hershey's Nugget pumpkin flavored. Oh my gosh. That was remarkable. That is probably one of the best pieces of candy I have ever had. Man, that was so good. I don't know how to react to that. That is like the best a candy company has ever done for me. I want like a million of those, man. Man, Reese's are still great though. Reese's have got to be like my number one favorite candy because they're just so you can get them all the time and they never disappoint. And there's so many different kinds of Reese's, and it's just, oh, it's so good. Speaking of Reese's, I have two of them right here. Mm. Truly remarkable. Reese's are always good. There's generally no argument. Reese's is just like insanely good. For just being peanut butter and chocolate, it is like really, really good every single time. Business. Why is it trying to get me to cut it from every angle possible? Okay, man. That's crazy. Why did it have to be such a challenge?
inside of that? Because it's
Pumpkin. Yes. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure that I know. Yes.
like the pumpkin spice.
Yes.
It's so good though.
I know. That's why I'm upset that I gave you the one with two.
Day one is kind of.
The what? The Dove, you mean? The Dave one.
Yeah, this is
Dave. It says Dove, Allie. That's Dove chocolate.
whatever, but it's meh. I like dark chocolate, like it's too hard.
It's better when you have a lot of it. I had like so much Dove chocolate a little while ago. It was good.
Well, I still have to eat my Frankenstein. Do you eat all your
Yep,
Frankenstein?
they're kind of meh.
Um,
I would say try eating all three at once. That's the best way to do it. I would not buy Frankenstraws. Such a meh candy, and now my fingers are all meh. So, in a minute here, I'm gonna go wash my hands and then after I wash my hands, I'm gonna throw away all the trash that resulted from me eating the little bit of candy that I decided to. I thought that, yeah, okay, I was one hit away. If my movements look a little weird, it is literally because my only finger that I can use for my keyboard right now, because of how like jank my other fingers are, because I have to clean them, is my pinky finger. So I've got like no maneuverability at all. That's a pretty good pile of spookwood for my first ever tree. I'm gonna go and wash my hands and stuff. I'll be back in a moment. Alrighty. That only took a little longer than it was supposed to because my sister went and talked to me. But the only two pieces that I could not do stuff with my sawmill with are little Mr. I Hate You over here and the trunk, which is so massive that it cannot fit in my sawmill. Okay, and now at this point, I'd like to try to have two accounts in here at once, because if I can't, then that would be massively upsetting. It's upgrading Roblox again, which either means no, I can't, or it strongly suggests that I don't. Because there's always a possibility that Roblox just updated and, like, again, which is unlikely, but likely enough for me to think that it happened. So it does work. Roblox is just updating a lot. That's so. Oh my goodness, the lot. Anyways, jeepers, cripes. I just wasted an hour doing that. The spook tree. Okay. It's about 8, so it's good that we're right now going to get back to building. I'm going to load where I first loaded this plot. Okay. I'm going to load the plot on this base. Uh, ugh. I really, really need to make that full reset soon. Um, anyways. Oh, right, that was what I was going to do for this. So now I can just do this myself, which is both massively convenient and mildly annoying. The ethereal glow of things that I'm placing right now is just beautiful. I genuinely, really explicitly enjoy the way that the wires glow. Anyways, though, that is our display part done. But I lost my list of things that I had to do. That's unfortunate. Um, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and close Discord. I'm gonna change my music because it's good, but also eh. I've just been listening to the same type of stuff for a little too long, and it's kind of funny because it swapped from metal to kind of slower music, which is it's just interesting. But now I'm listening to how do you even describe this? Ah, boy. Uh, funk, I guess you could call it. All right. Gotta sit this guy over here just so that I can do looking at stuff if I need to. Anyways, we've got this system set up. Uh, so I guess to the point it is going to be room rendering. So Uh, yeah, I guess that's I guess that my best idea might be to do a one tick generator to set the start of this. For the things that only have to appear once. Uh, no, that's just the player actually. Yeah. Um, and the key. I also need. Yes, that is something I need. I need a recognition for the key being had. So, ah, here we go. Nope, that's not actually, unfortunate. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna place this right here. Uh, so that it's kind of far away from other stuff, but it's like kind of clear where it's at. Um, okay. So, at the start, you are in the first room. So, let's go ahead and move left. Okay. Now, if I click the up button, nothing can happen except for that flashing. However, what I want to do, um, what actually is interestingly possible, if I click this, okay, well, it's easier if I click all the way off to the right first. But yeah, so that's what that'll do. So if I go through a right door, then if I turn that off quickly enough, then it could just turn on one. Maybe. Let's see about that. I think that's genuinely something that's possible that I could do. Um, but for the other system, for going through a left door and going through a bottom door, I'd have to do it differently. Anyways, I want to program going up rooms first. So, um, let's see. What I need to do is AND gates. That's another NOT gate. That's another OR. That's an AND gate. Honestly, I think these would best go like over here in a stack. So I can put them like starting with going up right there. Okay. Uh, and then so position button room door. No, because that's already there. Um, key if there's a key needed. You know what? Actually, no. I do also have to check for if the thing is on. Um, well, actually, no, because I'll know if I need it based on the room that I am, in fact, in. Okay, right. So I only actually need to recognize if I have the key in some of them. Uh, okay. So, one, two, three. Okay. Yeah, because this one only needs the position, the button, and the room that you're currently in. So, uh, so position, Okay, so I need to check position, which is just whichever one is on right now. Okay, we've got position, room, and now we need to check for button, which I can do by grabbing from right here because I really do not care about how it looks. Okay, so we've got two of them down. So if I then do this, oh yeah, that's something that I have to do as well. Okay, oh yeah, so that's what I have to do. Um, yeah, okay. I think that what I do here is grab a signal from here, specifically uh, this signal, and then I draw it back over to turn off the first one. And I think that's actually a perfectly fine way to do it, hopefully. Uh, I don't know, it might conflict in the future. I might have to make that a one-tick generator. But I think that's fine for right now. Because if it isn't, then I'll be really upset, right? You know what, actually, I think that if I do that and then OR gate into here, so if I do, um, oh, no, I can't do that because that's basically saying, oh, if this is off, then this is on, which is not true. Um, so I might actually need to OR gate both. Okay, we'll just go with this for now. If it becomes an issue in the future, we'll address it as an issue in the future, right? Um, anyways, so there are a couple of criteria for inside of a room. Now, for this, it's going to be these two need to be on. Um, these two need to be on, and then nothing else, I don't think, actually. What I do need to do is make this immediately turn off the 3, though. That's something that I need to do. So, yeah, it needs to turn off the 3. So what I've got to do is have another OR gate. Let's just go with this. And instead have this OR gated into here. Then this should be good to just go right into here. And then I can take this um, and drag it over to the 3 off. Which if I reset things really fast. Alrighty. Then if I go up, then it should turn off 3, and it turns on 1 flawlessly. And we are in our new room, which should have a couple of preset values, which I can determine by, I guess really, is what? Uh, this specific connection of these two. If one of these two is off, no, not every single case. Okay. Well, I'll just take it specifically from this one. Right. I can do that because I've got ways. Um, but if this is on, then I need to immediately grab from here, and then these two will both go towards the the two sides. Whatever. I basically said it, you know. It's kind of turning into my other logic projects where it's okay at the start, and then as soon as things start getting a little more long of wires, I immediately start just doing whatever I need to do. I do not care about straight. Um, okay, yep. Oh, you know what? Also, I do have to put the key. I have to make it known that there's a key required there. It'll be easier for the rest of these because most of them just follow like this set formula. Um, it's not going to be very difficult, but uh, and these are literally connected things though, right? Uh, I mean, I guess the only idea behind this is like I don't want these just straight up connected because that would be problematic. Um, but you know, I don't really care. As long as I don't notice an issue, then there's no issue. And I mean, like I would notice an issue with this. Once things actually start happening, because I should at least know what my build is supposed to do. You know? Jeepers cripes. Okay, there you go. It's a little hard to see back here. Um. Anyways, yeah, that didn't actually move. Okay. Um. Now I need the last one of this. Man. I'm gonna need wires again soon. Ugh. I feel like a major part of the time involved in this specific build is going out and getting wires, which sucks. Because wires are also like the worst thing to go out and try and get. Anyways, yes, that works. That works fine. Um, now let's see. Uh, I'm gonna go ahead and say that. Huh. I'm thinking that what I should do. Yeah, okay. That was just an oak. Um, okay. Now, for this next one, I have to check for room being here. Uh, yeah. Right, okay. So for the next room to be activated, it needs to be, there does need to be a key check, which means that it's going to be in, uh, out, in. Yes, okay. And then I should probably bring the wire truck closer just because it's really getting no wires, so. Okay. And then I can put this into here, and then this one can also go up and to the right. So I need to check if the player has the key. Okay, so if they have the key, and then I need the one that comes out from here and checks for this. Okay, so now it checks for key position Now it's also going to need to check for button. Button is coming from right here. Uh, and then the last thing that we actually need to check for is room. Right, okay. So that was actually a relatively easy one to get done. Um, let's see. Okay. And then this actually basically needs to do the exact same thing as this, except for it won't render that door, which means that I honestly can just copy this entire design, and do basically the same exact thing. And then if one of them has an issue, then I can just solve that issue on the one, and then it'll be solved on both, because I'll know how to solve it for both. Okay, and then I'm out of OR gates on the ground. Uh, what? Oh, I had put too many of those down. My bad. Okay. So essentially, I just drag the first two of these over, uh, right, and then I can also drag this one over. I can't drag the top one over though. This has to come from the output of here, and then it'll have to go into here, and that's what it. Oh, no, I need another OR gate. Look at me looking out for myself. But I need one more OR gate that will take from here and then lead back out into this. And then what? This also connected back to turning off 3, didn't it? Yeah, that was from the top output, so yeah, see, that's gonna have to be a OR gate out to that from both of these. Um, alrighty. Yeah. So I need for that to be there. Uh, and then yeah, that should be just another OR gate on top of each of these. Where they can both connect to each other. I'm gonna go ahead and reset this and set this just for the, the goodness of it. And now I can connect this out to right there. And then this one is the last one for these that needs to be connected out to the top one of these. Alrighty. That didn't work. Uh, it didn't actually go through to there, which is kind of weird. Oh, because I didn't give the player the key. My bad. Now it should work. Okay. The one issue is that this did not actually turn this off. I see why. Okay, we're gonna have to go back. Alright, and then this is gonna have a pair system for when you're going down from them as well, which sucks. Mm, it's taken like 15 minutes to do this. I hope that these get faster as I progress along them. Um, what? You're that. Okay, yes. Uh, and then the player is literally nowhere to be found? Okay. I'm gonna cheat a little and go through the pumpkin spot. Whoa, that's not right. Is it resetting you to the bottom? Okay. Well, that's bad news, I guess. So the requirements of this are literally not met at all. Right. Okay, let me just go to the first room. Right. And then try from here. Okay. Yeah, I think I noticed the problem. It's that as soon as you go up, uh, it's checking, um, if you tried to go up from that, so it should be okay if I just go from here. Uh, yeah, but that's actually not a problem because you'll never be able to go up anyways, that specific way because of the pumpkin. Oh. I think that's a problem. I didn't actually check it with that. Sure. Let's see about that now. Okay, yeah, so it's not a problem. Another issue with it is that because the criteria are exactly the same, if you already have the key as of going into here, you will just skip ahead. Uh, which means that I actually need to have this be um a delayed check. So, uh, you need, I guess, to, huh. You know, that's actually a good wonder. How do I delay this check? Um, I could just have it check for if you have the thing. If you have, I could have it delay out the button and then check if the button is still on. Uh, no, because that wouldn't work, because that would also restrict you otherwise. Um, I could delay the time. Okay, let me try this. Delaying the turn on for this. Alrighty. Oh, that's also not connected. Oopsies. Hopes and prayers, I guess. It's kind of what this is. Uh, but this is going to go over into here, and then that should work, hopefully. Um, and I have to just abide by my own rules, sadly enough. No, that did not work. Oh, I didn't even delay this at all. That's probably why. Because it was still rendering literally right off the bat, dude. Okay. That also did not work, so it's kind of just like trial and error until I find an amount on this that does not break it. Yep, okay. So let's just go up by two more and see if that fixes it. But like this is a massive stagger on time, but also like, man. Okay, that worked. Uh, but it prevented rendering of the room, which is really, really weird. Oh, that's why. Because this is taking from that instead of this. Okay. My bad. There we go. Now room still renders. Okay. So let's try this with 3 instead and see if that works. Because I want this to be 1, 2, 3, as little as possible. Alrighty. Good stuff. Okay. The special spot is 3 seconds. Or 3 ticks. Okay. That took me way too long to figure out. Jeepers cripes. I'm gonna actually have time to finish this before the comp is done. Okay. So, uh, what do I do next? I have to do more room renders. Should I just render the rooms first and then figure out the entrance? I feel like rendering rooms first is gonna take away my stress a little bit. But I also have no wires. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have to get wires soon. I think I can render like what, one more room? Um, there's no rendering that needs to be done for the first room. I do need to render for all the 6 other rooms though. So jeez, man. Okay, let's render the bottom 2. They are going to have the same amount, right? They're gonna have 4. Yeah, they should have 4 at least. Um, yes. Oh, but they aren't just gonna be able to turn off 3. They're gonna have to do a fancy little thing. Uh, 'Cause what? It defaults to left, right? So, yes. So I should do the rightmost rooms right now. Um, okay. So I need the OR gates. That's an AND gate. Feels like I got a lot of AND gates in comparison to OR gates. Literally have an equal amount of both, and I find way more of those. Okay. I'm gonna put this 2 out. And then what? I need 4 of these. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do it like this, where there's gonna be 5 up. Um, okay. And then I need 2 more OR gates. At least for this stack. And then what? Is that another OR gate? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. It's an OR. Uh, and then I need another OR. That's what that should be at least, yes. And then I think I need 1 more OR for this stack. Alrighty. Okay, now this needs to... Okay, yeah. So this is gonna have to turn off, okay. So the rendering for this is gonna have to, uh, I knew it. That's a problem with the rendering here. It's not a one-tick generator, so this is going to be an always turn off, which means that I need to go ahead and hit this with a one-tick generator, um, which is actually really, really simple now, since I bettered the original design that people were using, which was also mine, but whatever. Um, okay, and then once I take from here, I can drag it over here, and then now if I drop up, yes, yes, okay, that means that that rendering is finally done, no more issues with it, uh, alrighty, and I'm gonna have to do the same thing for turning off, the one literally, the 3 on the other side, uh, which, you know, surprise, surprise, I have to do it for both, right? Uh, but we're gonna have to go ahead and get more wires right after this one. Man. Oh. Are you just getting here? Yes. Yes, this game is finally showing me a little bit of love. Okay. Now there's going to be a little bit of a wait here, and then it's going to be like half an hour buying the wires, dude, I swear. I'm gonna have to submit an unfinished build of the game and just hope that no one notices. Because it'll have the idea around and I can always finish the thing. I just really don't want to do that. And, you know, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna have this finished. I'm gonna have it finished. This is gonna be finished. It's gonna be finished good. Okay. Um, man, my music is already back to something that I'm not enjoying. Um, because room rendering, I can't just not do it. Most of this game literally is the fact that I need to render the rooms. My main is still over here, so I can kind of see things, but it's not entirely helpful. Um, for these though, I know for a fact that I'll need 5. Uh, yeah. So I'll need 1 and then 5 on top of it for these ones to. Okay. So I can at least place down uh some more of the requirements of here. Um, okay. If OR gates could possibly exist, please por favor, maybe mayhaps a little bit. Okay, that's 1. Alright, we're gonna throw that like that. This like this. It does look a little bit like I'm uh doing the whole I mind a little off cam thing. But I would like to have this build done as soon as possible, so it's a necessary evil. Another ore. Alrighty. Um, and I'm definitely gonna need more ore gates. So I don't know, I should get like 20 of those, man. Jeez. I don't know if the server restarted or not. I believe that it did, which means that the spook buffer is bad now. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for ore gates. 'Cause I need a lot more of these for not a lot more, but a considerable amount more than I have currently. It's like 100 times more than I have right now. Not really that much, but because even at the lowest amount, 100 times more would be 1. Because I'm not including zeros. Yeah. Anyways, I need to get a good amount of these because I need um I need this build done. Really, really, really need it to be done as soon as possible. Oh, that sucks. That's my least favorite thing of this game is when an item is like apparently off the shelf for too long and you can no longer move them. Because like that's going to inhibit my ability to buy ore gates entirely. Like I basically can't buy them now. So I might as well start buying wires and then just come back to buying ore gates, which is so terrible. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and put these in here. Oh, well, that sucks. Okay. I guess I still have my reminder though. See, now this only happens sometimes. Like, I did not have this problem earlier, you know? This is only a problem right now, and I was able to buy 16 wires at once earlier. This is going to make it so much slower to buy this stuff, which is insane because I'm already at a disadvantage of needing to buy it at all. I'm thinking that, I don't know, I load in one of my other plots and see if there's a thing of wires over there. Ah! Why does it have to do this, dude? It isn't even like a bug. It's not even really a bug. It's just, oh, let's inconvenience you. I mean, it is a bug. It's literally let's inconvenience you randomly. Because this is only sometimes an issue. Okay. I can't really be getting upset like that bad over this. I mean, like, I could be getting upset really that bad over this, but I really probably shouldn't be. I just have to be really careful with bringing every single individual item to the counter. Jeez. Alrighty. Alright, I'm gonna do one more thing at Ore Gates, and then I'm gonna see if I can't take the ferry back. And yeah, we're just going to, um, I guess, I mean, it's like my best possible option is, to go ahead and just grab a thing of wires from another plot, which sucks because I wanted this to be, just like my last project where it was full solo, but I really don't have the time to do that, especially since it's bugged now. Like, I'm gonna need over 100 wires to finish this project, and grabbing each and every one and bringing them to the counter is really not gonna cut it. Like, look at this. I have to grab every single one and bring it over all gently like. This is actually mind-numbing. There's so much more going on when I get to throw them. Jeez. I really should never really, like, set a time limit on myself when I'm working on a build. This is stupid. I'm upsetting myself by doing this. Being, like, in such a crunch to finish it is making it so much harder to do this effectively. Anyways, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. Which means I need 5 more. And then I'll have gotten 20 ore gates and 20 wires. Which isn't a whole lot, but whatever, right? I don't even think that I have a truck of wires on my alt's current plot, which sucks. Yeah, I wouldn't. I was reusing wires from a different project. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to take from another plot. I don't know. Like 1 or 2 trucks of wires could probably finish this entire project, but I genuinely don't want to take from there, but I do not have any, like, even semblance of a choice, dude. Yeah. Let's see. Is the account ready? Um, I'm thinking I might as well just do this, and I genuinely have no choice. There's not even a little bit of choice that I have here. Okay. And I'm just gonna do this as quickly as I possibly can. Just like a drop off, right? Uh, I'm 99% sure that. Okay. No, it's not all used out of here. Okay. Good. This is normally. Gosh, these truckloads are so laggy. I forgot how laggy they were. I normally grab these and put them on the internet project because the internet project requires so many wires. But um, yeah, I'm gonna grab two trucks and then hopefully I won't need any more for this entire project. And so I can say it was basically an entire solo project just with two truckloads from some one place or another. I don't know. Maybe I bought these myself. Maybe I had someone buy them for me. They're in a pink truck, so that probably means I didn't buy them myself because I usually buy stuff myself in black trucks. But who knows? I mean, honestly, who cares at this point, right? Okay, and then if I just leave on that account and I look on my other account, the wire trucks are still here. Okay, now I just need to wait for you to get back. Gotta be the stupidest thing that's ever happened to me in this entire game. And also one of the stupidest things I've ever done, but like, why did that happen? It feels like a really weird feature. I get that it's unintentional and all, but like, man, wow. Precautionary tale to you guys, I guess. Do not try to get on the ferry before the ferry fully lands. It will eat your truck. Okay, we're finally back, and I've got wires and stuff. Okay. I don't think that we actually have any more OR gates in this. We may. We do. This singular one is right there. Okay. And that is a NOT gate. That's a NOT gate. That's an AND gate. That's an AND gate. Okay, and that is the last one that we have. Okay, yeah, and then this one is literally only OR gates, which makes my life a little easier. Not much easier, but just a little bit. Oh, actually, wait. I don't even need the 5, because if I turn on 3, then it turns off 1. Okay, that's good news. Um, okay, okay. Um, hmm. And if what I do over here is... Yeah, okay. So, what I probably should do is drag this truck forwards, bring this truck more, uh, over close, I guess. Okay. Alright, we've got to blitz through this. Alrighty. Yeah. It's gonna suck a little bit, because I'm gonna have to do all of this stuff. Wait, if I do if key and, um, let's see, what are the possible criteria? Key. No. Okay. Okay. Um, I could make this cheaper, but I think that it's gonna take too much time, so I might as well just not. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, yeah. If I go ahead and do the two, if I go ahead and do two right here, um, and then hopefully we've got the three that we need for this one. Okay, I can't actually do that yet. Gotta move that wire. But if I go ahead and I take this, that AND gate, um, that AND gate, and then one more AND gate, please. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay, yeah. So this is the connect to on and off of this. Yeah, and that's why each of these needs an OR gate on top. Uh, yeah, right. Okay. So, and this can go opposite way so that this actually works to a reasonable extent. Uh, because now this is going to, yeah. I feel like this makes the most sense. Um, Jeepers cripes, dude. Okay. Okay. And I'm gonna have all of these run into the ones that are back from them. Uh, which isn't too hard of a thing to do. I mean this one kind of sucks, but that's alright. Okay, so I need to check if the position is middle right. Uh, so, yep, okay. Uh, yep. Alrighty. So I need to check that this is on. Um, okay. Um, and then I need to check for the button activating, which is this. Yes, and that's fine over here. Just had to make sure that it wouldn't cause any issues if I checked from just that. Because I was thinking about changing that, but I ended up not doing so. So, obviously wasn't an issue. Um, okay, that's button, and now I need to check for room. So, if we're in uh if we're in this room, and then this one is going to have to check this one is going to check if we are in this room. Uh and then I need to drag the output of this. I need to drag that over to here. This is where the logic is starting to get a little ooh, wiry. I'm funny, right? Right. Okay. So this is where the top one of this is where I need to connect to that, turning it on. Um, so I need to grab the signal out from here and drag that down to here. And it should be from the top signal. Oh my gosh. What, dude? Okay, so it should turn it on, and it should turn the one behind it off. This, I know almost for a fact, is going to be perfectly fine. Right. Okay. And now, from here, I need to drag it down to here. Oh, maybe that's why. We're supposed to do, um, the top one goes through an OR gate to prevent permanence, inactivation. Yeah, okay, maybe that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. Um, which is okay with me. I think that's fine. Uh, it does mean that I have to rewire this just a little smidge, but that's okay. Oh, well, I need to do this. Okay, and then this should go into the, the stack of this should come from, uh, okay, yeah. Um, yeah. So I need, uh, this to be the top of these. Uh, so if I go ahead and I take the top of this, then, um, also take out of this to go up to here. That should be right. Should be right. and then this should be right to connect to this um, over to here. And that should be right. Um, and then this should come from here. And then I should also take over to here. And then if I drive this truck back enough to where I can actually like reasonably grab from it, it's a lot better. Um, Alrighty. And then I'll also have to add a condition where it shows the key in one of these, but that's not really too necessary, I don't think. Also, I'm pretty sure that I connected this to the wrong point. I connected this, I'm pretty sure that it's gonna have it as a one tick on for that. Can I actually move through this right now? No, I cannot. Uh, did it? No, it did not move the player. Oh, that's also because that's not an eligible move anyway. So maybe this works now. To some certain extent, yes, it does. You don't really get to know how perfect it is until you finish it, so uh alrighty. Alright. Alrighty. I don't get it, dude. This is gonna suck. Okay. Yeah, that's not a good sign because these specifically, so I'm guessing that I need to take this from here, and if I then take this from the on, okay. Now all I need to do from here should be connect these to the impossibilities, which is up, down, um, okay. The impossibles are up and down. The possible is to the right key. Um, are there only three here? Are there four? Oh, we're right, because I have to turn off the character as well. Okay. Which one of these is turn on the top one? That's the best possible thing that I can do for that. And then I guess that this one is just uh yeah. Oh, shoot. I already set this up for myself? Man. I'm good, huh? Oh, I guess that's what was interrupting the wire path. Me. Alright. Uh, yeah, I've got, alrighty. It's kind of weird. Alrighty. Yeah, so that seems to work, I guess. Um, so that's off on that, and then this should be, to go to the right, you need a key. Um, and I'm gonna go ahead and, yes, drag this over. Alrighty. Um, and then this one should be not that. This one is the opposite of that actually. Well, not the opposite, but one of the two literal no, you can't actually move this direction, or well, no, you can move this direction opposites because they're two different. Oh, you can move this direction. One just has requirement. Um, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Seems like I'm wasting wires. I should have thought about that. This should be uh the bottom. Should be the bottom. Well, it didn't work. Uh, that's because I'm not meeting a lot of the criteria, huh? Uh, oh, well, first things first, I actually don't have the key as a requirement, so that might be a problem. Uh, well, I mean, like, it's not even that I don't have the key as a requirement, it's that I don't have a requirement there at all. So there's actually no way to move. Okay. Alrighty. Alright. Okay. Um, okay. So, this, I believe is necessary. Um, no, that actually isn't. Uh, that was not good. That was not good. That was not good. That is an issue there where if you play left, okay, so it needs to wait. Oh. Okay. Um, oh, you can't even do that though, so it's not an actual problem. I forget about that sometimes, that you're not supposed to be able to play from the pumpkin spot. Okay. Now if I do this, then it should kill three, and then that should wait long enough. But it doesn't seem like it's killing three at all. It looks like it's not killing three. Okay. There's nothing that should be permanently turning on three, right? Yeah. There's no outside influence that's going to be turning it on permanently. Is there? I should check on this count. Yeah, that's not a problem. All of the activated things are directly connected to this. That did not work. Mm, that didn't work at all. Oh. Is it because these two are connected for it? Right. So if I go like this, and then imagine I just, uh, yeah, so that's already like, um, it's already essentially saying, okay, well, yeah, you've already died, which means that this needs to, there needs to be an individual one for each. So, back to the drawing board on that one. I actually need to stop these two from being connected to each other. Just have this one come out from here, and that one goes from there. Which means that I do need to make two more of those. But I just fixed a bug that would have completely broken the game. So, well, not completely broken, but it would be unplayable. Uh, so, pretty good news that I solved it. Anyways, I need to create two more of these. Now, okay, and these two need to be connected. Um, yes, and this needs to go off to turn that on. Um, okay, and then if I do this, then we default down, this needs a 3-second delay, just like this one. So there needs to be a 3-second delay from whatever turns this on. So I need to move this out. And figure out that I have no more delays. Shoot. Okay. Yeah, that's more or less expected, honestly speaking. Okay. I was hoping that we'd have one more, but I guess at this point, it's kinda just blitz through as much as I possibly can tonight. This is a 6.5 hour long recording. 2 hours of it haven't been doing logic, but I've been straight recording for about 4.5 hours. This is not gonna be done by 10. I have to hope and pray that I don't know what, dude, because I'm not gonna lie and say that the build is done. So I either say that it's unfinished and then I'm still submitting it, or I don't know. I have finished it today. I can't let the server close. It's either I finish it today or I leave my computer on until tomorrow, because this build will not properly go outside of the end times event. And I'm not gonna pick up this project again next year. Literally for one day. Like, this is a cool thing to do, having a build that is way too bright that you can specifically load on the end times event, but also like, dude, please don't make me have to finish this next year. Alrighty. It's finally here. I think at most before 10, like if I'm really, really lucky, I could finish the movement system. Um, and that is like most of what this is. So, I mean, phew, uh, let's see, 'cause I need more OR gates, definitely. I probably need more AND gates and NOT gates. So if I load up alts, I can get all the materials that I need. Okay, it's gonna require luck. Well, not so much luck, but I'm going out for just delays if this actually works. Okay, please don't crash my game. Does not seem like it's gonna crash my game. Um, and then I should have this open. That's interesting. It's really, really interesting. Like, I really like this account only on the 7th of every month. Please tell me I have some spares on here. Ugh, no. Which means that I have to load out of the October 25th save. No, that also has none. That's kind of a surprise. Man, the internet project really must have, like, drawed out all of my resources, dude. Um, anyways, I'm gonna only do like one truckload of each component, especially this ore gate truck because it is full, like insanely full. I filled these trucks, well, I got trucks filled to the max for these, which is helpful because I use probably mostly ore gates in my builds. Like, if we focus on just this build, obviously there are so many. Okay, alrighty. Okay, so, and gates, um, and then not gates. Alright, well, as much as this is going to prevent it from being a full solo project, I would much rather it be done on this, lovely day than well, well, well after. Because if this is not done today, this is done in a million years. That was Angates, right? That was. Uh, shoot. Okay. Well, whether it was Angates or not doesn't really matter, because I just deleted an entire truckload, but... Oh, I didn't even log into the right account. I logged in... Okay. Right. Yeah, that's probably why. Okay. Alright. I've got to accept risk, whatever. Okay. And now I have to be over here, get delays. Is that another spook tree? No. Okay. Just making sure. Wouldn't want to miss one, you know? Even though I wouldn't really be able to grow it, but maybe I could. Anyways, this tree has been bugging me since I started working today. I cannot believe that it has not died even, like, a little bit. Thank you. Be gone. Permanently. Hate that tree. Okay. It should be fine. Last time I loaded this plot was exactly a year ago. October 31st of 2024. That's odd. Kind of surprising date to load anything in this game because I don't really think that I've played a lot on. Maybe I was working on a build on Halloween at some point. Maybe. Is that? It's an ore gate. I had more than I thought. By one. Okay. Well, I literally can't do anything right now. I'm kind of just waiting on that single delay. I'm gonna grab 12 though, so I might as well just be prepared. Shoot. This is absolutely not gonna be done in time. Um, let's see what. Right now, the only difference is that I need that on there, and then it's completely done, I think. Um, yeah, that should be it. And then, uh, I'll have to do the exit out thing, but that's honestly not that hard. That's really not that hard. It's really not that hard. Um, the key is gonna be annoying to do, and so will the end. What I'm really not looking forward to is having to do a walk backwards thing. 'Cause it's literally just the exact, like, inverse, basically, of all the things that I've already done, which means that I'm gonna have to do a lot more. Um, okay. So one thing I can do, I'm thinking that I try to wire as many of these things as possible whilst my main is not able to be over here. So okay, and that deals with most of that. Uh, okay. So the top of this goes into here. Okay. And then for this here, I'm gonna need yeah, okay. So I know for a fact that these two are going to connect into each other. Oh, my bad for doing that right to the mic. Oh, okay. I can get delays now. So I'll get delays. I feel like just because the amount of this that I've done with my alt not being the one shown on screen, it's just not so helpful to like hear a lot of his thoughts while they're building. And it's also going to take a million years to upload this 7 hour recording. I feel like no one's going to watch it, but also like what do I care at this point? I'm perfectly okay for no one to watch my my 7 hour long recording of working on logic. There's not even like a lot of advice or anything in here. It's just me trying to figure out how the like circuits would be designed or whatever. And a lot of reiteration because I think about things over and over and it helps me ensure that I know what I'm doing. Seriously? That's it? I get two. Okay. Alrighty. And then these will be the last two, and then I'll go back with my Great Hall. Um, actually, you know what? No. I'm gonna grab another 6 because I do not by any means trust this to only require 12 more. I feel like it's going to require as many as possible to make me as upset as possible. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Those are all of the delays. I need to get back over here, and then as soon as I get over here, I can start wiring again. Um, okay. What? When did that just appear, I guess? Okay. Well, I can't really do anything with that right now. Alright. Um, I need a massive amount more of these. I need to double the amount that I had before, which means that, yeah, this is gonna um, be needed. Alrighty. And if I roll back on this, it should be a little better as well. That's weird. Don't even know what happened there, honestly speaking. Okay. This one, though, I know that these two can be connected up, and so can these two. I know that this can be connected, and then this can be connected, and then I actually can't do anything more right there. However, I know for a fact that, okay, the thing that's supposed to turn this on is going to be, what actually turns this on? It is the top or out. Right, that kind of makes sense. Okay. Okay. And that should work. Actually, wait. Oh, that's why. Because the tops of these stacks aren't actually those. Yeah. The tops of these stacks are the ones that go into the activate of, oh, I have to get over here. I forgot that I had wired these incorrectly and was just trying to go off of that. Um, okay. Yep, okay. Alright. Okay. If I go off of here again, uh, I can move over from there. Um, and then, okay, that's good. And then where is the, turn off the one prior? Oh, it'd be from here, and that is the bottom of these that faces off to here. Um, and this is going to do this. And that's going to be the same thing from this one right over here. It's going to go ahead and it's going to go over here and drop right there. Okay, then. Um, and then the rest of this is all requirements or move overs. For this I can actually, though, just drag out from here. I can, yeah. Okay, and that'll be dealt with soon. Um, and what are the top of these? The top of these go over to. Okay, yeah. The top ones of these go to the separate ones. So, for the go down one, I know that this is going to be the very, very bottom one of this. So I can go ahead and drag down from here. Alrighty. Alrighty. So I know that I'm gonna have this. I could have placed that further down, but whatever. Uh, uh, Alright, got a little too comfortable, I guess. A little too comfortable, huh? One, two, three. Okay, and that should fix that issue. Um, and then I have to go ahead and fix this up. That was not who I wanted to message me. Yeah, that was. Okay, and now I get to do this, which sucks, but whatever, I guess. I sure do love uh, fixing my own mistakes. Ugh. I mean, it's not as bad as having to clean up after other people, but still not my favorite thing. There we go. That's finally done. And fixed. So, uh, alrighty. Oh my god. Why did I have to move it on the same account again? Am I dumb? Jeepers cripes, dude. I'm starting to think that maybe I can't use my brand. That might single-handedly be the most stupid thing that I've ever done. Oh yeah. I mean, what? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's kind of funny. Uh, all right. Forgot to do that then. Huh. Alrighty. I'm getting a little sloppy with this, but again, it's not really supposed to be a pretty build, so I don't think that matters much. Um, anyways, I know that both of these I won't be able to go left or right. Um, who's on right now? Oh, you're on. Okay. Yeah, so if I'm furthest to the right, then I can't go up, down, or more right. Okay, that makes sense. Alrighty. So with this, I know that I can't go, again, I can't go left or right. This has right on. So I need to figure out which one of these goes to right. So right is the bottom one of this, which means that it's the top one of this. Uh, oh, well, I could have figured that out. Uh, so let's go ahead and also drag over left. So that's gonna be the second. Um, okay, so that is the OR gates done. Now all I have to do is well, the turning on of the OR gate stack. Uh, God, it's so convoluted in this one. Okay, that's a ton of those. That's also a ton of those. Okay, right. So turning on this part of the OR gate stack comes from, okay. So, whenever this is on, so is the respective OR gate stack. And whenever this is on, so is the respective OR gate stack. Okay. And then whatever turns this on, we need to take a little while longer, uh, 3 extra. 1, 2, 3. And then that'll fix any issue with this. Okay, and that should be perfect. Now, um, okay. The bottom of this needs to go into, the turn off point of this. Should fix that. Alrighty. Um, and then I need for... Okay, so when you're going down, you need to be bottom middle. Alrighty. And then I can connect this out uh, to here. Okay. And then this needs to check if key. And we also need checks for if player is in this room and if player is in this room. And then we also need button check, which is honestly probably the simplest because I literally just connect the two signals on this, and then I just have to grab out from the down button, which also goes right over here so I can save some wire. Okay. So that is the second one on, but clearly this does not function quite yet, because it is supposed to connect out and say, turn on 3 up. Yes, it's supposed to say turn on 3 of up, which is, far out over here. So I've got to wire that over there, and then wire this, I guess, down to here and over to right there. And then I also need to finish up these circuits, because they aren't going to be much use if I don't have them done. But That's totally something that's a reasonable afterthought, right? Man, I really should be doing this on my alt right now, not my main. I'm realizing now that I've been doing a lot of this wiring on my main account, so it's not very clear what I'm doing. So I will swap accounts again in just a moment. I didn't really think about the fact that the recording was still actively going and supposed to be seeing something. My bad. Anyways, okay. Now I can swap back accounts. Um, okay. Man, this has gotten so bad now. Jeez. Um, okay. And then from here, I need to connect to the turn on for 3 of over here. Okay, and that's good now. Um, okay. So that's good. Um, and then if I go over, down, down, over, down, do we have both of those on now? Does it not turn off the prior? Isn't this supposed to turn off the prior? Does this not get activated? No, this does not get activated. What is this supposed to be activated by? Oh my gosh. What is supposed to activate these? Um, oh, it's supposed to be the same as what goes into this OR gate. Right, okay. That's a bad thing to overlook. Feels like a pretty important function right there. Okay, because that just overlaid every single layer of this onto each other. I was like, really, why did that happen? Um, oh, that's why. Okay. We're really not supposed to be able to move into the pumpkin spot. Uh, okay. So I need to, like, the pumpkin spot entirely breaks the game. That's a problem that I'm encountering now. Okay. And so I can go down here. Why didn't you work? Oh, I'm not in, uh, I didn't add back an actual present map. Right, okay. And then that's bad. That's bad. That is bad. Uh, uh, I don't know how to fix that. Um, I could try that, moving it up by one. And maybe that'd work. I feel like it might actually, which is interesting, but I genuinely feel like that's a possible fix. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and shift all of these up by one because that seemed to be a working solution for that. And then if I go down, over, through, um, oh, that's good news, I guess. That's also good news. That works completely, right? The bad news is that you end up moving into the middle space, which you're not allowed to do. Um, ooh boy. You're really not supposed to be able to get there. So whatever's happening right now is when I'm going down, it's isn't it supposed to be turning it on to 3? Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to be turning it on to 3. It is getting turned on to 3, right? It's an odd issue to have because this is supposed to be turning it onto a straight set 3 no matter what, right? Like there's no deviation here. There's no, oh, I delete, I move back, right? It's just, it should be, unless I need to increase the delay of this because I'm going down. Ooh. Is that what it is? It's thinking that I'm going, is it thinking that I'm going down still? So maybe it's literally like I do need to. Wow, that is remarkable. I go up to 3 and then I'm not going late enough. So what? Like I have to, because that triggers as soon as that happens. So do I have to add a delay into that? Is that serious? Man, I'm not a big fan of all the stuff that I'm having to do for this. Okay. Well, I'm guessing that there isn't the same issue on these other ones. I'm gonna make that assumption. But let me go ahead and try adding this and seeing if it works. Because all in all, it actually probably will. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm a little upset that it's supposed to work though, because it seems like a really stupid thing for making this work. Anyways, okay. Now, if I go ahead and turn it back to first, and ignore the fact that I ended up in pumpkin spot, which eventually that being an error is going to get really, really, really annoying. But for now, it's okay. Okay, that bug is fixed as well, which means that I'm going to have to do that for the next one as well. Okay, and I haven't even done the inverse function of moving back. Oh, I have to mark that number again. Alrighty. Ah.
Why'd your watch just call dad?
Huh?
Why'd your watch just call dad?
That's a good question. Did it just call Dad?
Yeah, it's a dumb watch.
Huh. It's a good question.
Oh, you're
Okay. Um. Okay, I'm gonna stop my music again and then start working again, I guess. Uh, I don't want to just go into heavy metal. Can I get something that I haven't listened to today? Yes, Carter Vale. That's good. That's good. That's new. I mean, it's kind of funky, but okay. My music's changed, and all of the bugs in the system currently have been solved, which means it is time to start doing this again, which sucks a little bit, but what can I do? What can I gotta do? Alrighty. Goodness gracious, dude. I was in rush hour on this build and it's still not done. This just shows how long it takes to do anything with logic. This is a data size 1 build right now, data size 1 or 2, and it's taken me so long. Alrighty, so the start of this is um, this right here. And then on the block pile is facing, or the AND gate pile is facing towards the last one. We're going to need these, 2 of them each set up by 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay. Okay, and which one turns off? I think that it's that turns off the last one. Right, yes, it is this. So, this comes out of here and goes into the off of this, which I can do just by connecting up to here, I guess. No, 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 that's wrong. That's wrong. Because that was already the one in which was connected incorrectly. Because I did all of them incorrectly and then corrected myself later, but did not correct these two. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Okay. Now, I think I'm gonna do requirements. So position is going to be a shared one at, right, yes, okay. Alrighty. And then from here, I'm going to connect this into uh, one of the requirement slots for one of these two, I guess. I think I'm going to do it over here. Uh, yes. And then because they both are in the same position, then I can do this. Then the bigger one needs to check for key. Nope, that's not right. Oh, no, that actually is. My bad. And then we've got position, key, now we need room. So, uh, if room 1 is on, then this one needs to check for, if room 2 is on. And then we also need button, which is another shared one. So I can connect these two first, and then connect them to button. Okay, and then this will have to... Okay. And then these are what actually turn these guys on. Uh, um, okay. They should actually be facing towards themselves. But the opening side is, or well, the on side is over here for each of them, so it actually does not really matter. It really wouldn't help if I did anything differently, so I might as well just do this, you know. Okay, and then for this, I'm going to need to grab this output right there, and then to turn this on, I'm going to need this output right here. Okay, that's good. Now we need to get this where when I'm to the left, I can't go up or down, which is actually the same as these ones over here, which is kind of funny. So, um, yep, so I can grab this, and then from over here, and then if I do some fancy wire work, I can get this over to here, probably not in one wire. Yeah, no. But I can grab another wire and connect this all fancy-like, totally fancy-like, right, over to here. And then they both have to go over to the offs. Well, not offs, but, you know, these things over here. We'll just call them those, or call them that. But I go ahead and do that. I need to grab this one also. Okay, that was a massive waste of a considerable amount of wire, but also be a massive waste of a considerable amount of time if I dealt with that. So we're going to pretend like nothing happened. Okay, and then the last things that we need to do are activate this left button. Right, so I need to grab the input of this, and then I need to bring this over to reach here, and then next thing I need to do is mark off left, which is the second one up, which is connected over to here. So if I grab from over on this one, Okay. Now this should in fact work. All things given, I'm not, oh, not smart, I guess, is the proper way to say that. Okay. I need to do that. Then I can go over here. What? I'm a little crazy, I think. This didn't delete the single one, so that means that I did something wrong. Or it's supposed to move you back over to the right, which didn't happen, so something went wrong. That's what I meant. Are you already on 3? No. Oh. I'm supposed to be turning 1. What? I'm supposed to be turning. What? So I have to turn off 3 and turn on 1? But when I was doing stuff to the right, right? Like, did I do it wrong when moving down to the right? Okay, so this should drop you off to the left. What? The debugging process of something like this is so terrible. Okay. Um, well, I suppose I should see what exactly went wrong, right? If I go to the right by 1. So, did it try to delete 1 after? Do I need to put... I might have to put the other for delay on all of them. So let me just go ahead and do that, I suppose. That sucks so much. One, two, three, 4, and then this has to go up to here. I don't think that was the issue, honestly, because that's not what the last one. Um, but I mean, an additional failsafe can't be too bad, right? Just in case. But, alright. If I go ahead and delete that, and then if I go over to the right, then it was supposed to leave me at 1, guys. I'm under the impression that I might have to increase the delay. Um, so, this is happening where it's trying to register a delete before it's fully processed. So if I increase this timing, then it should fix it. Uh, oh my gosh. What was that? Okay, let's just imagine for a second that that did not happen. Because it basically didn't. It's 1 in a million chance, right? But if I just go, because I can fix that really easily. I think that it's just a counter issue. Um, but if I go down and I go right, that shouldn't have happened. That should be off way sooner. Maybe I made the delay too much. 1, 2, 3. How does it even shut off 1? How's it doing that? There's not even a single bit of this entire function that tells it can turn off 1. Except for if 3 is on when it shuts to 1 and then 3 gets turned off later. So, again, what if this is too much of a delay? Like, if I turn this down to 1 tick, um, and then if I do that, that doubled forward, which is weird. But I'm not gonna act like that's the craziest thing to happen this entire time. So we're gonna let that be as a problem. It happened again. Why is it doubling over? Oh, because that's not enough delay. Right, of course, I forgot about that one. Okay. If I then dis just undo that. Okay. Now I want to turn off 3 to give 1 a chance. Right. So this? Wait, why is that on? Oh, never mind. Okay, that's fine. So my goal is to turn off 3 as soon as possible, which is over here, which is done over here. by this, which can't activate until this activates. So if I instead make all of these, or at the very least, the specific ones that I need fixed. So let me try doing this instead. But if I make this for the entire duration of this, so if I just send this out right here, that should be good. Should be good. Yes. Okay. And now I need to do the same exact thing over here, which is fine. So I need for this, this needs to be connected over here. Um, and this needs to be the thing routed over here. Okay. Now, if I go back to here and go over here, and then I go over here. Okay. 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 Sick. Awesome. Remarkable. Okay. Now then. Uh, that's good. Um, yeah, so that would set it to 1. Yeah, that deletes and sets to 1. This should be setting... Isn't that supposed to delete and set to 1? No, because it's just setting to 3. Right. But that goes right into 3. Huh. Okay. And I'm guessing that I need to... Well, I mean... Sure. I need... What? Yeah, see, because that's 3 then. Over here is 3, right? Yes. So I need this at the very end to... Oh. No, no, that's not an O. That's, yeah, I was doing it completely right. There's just something that's not adding up, and it's preventing... I have key, right? And assuming that I remember to reset this. Um, I'm in position. I'm in room. I have key, which is irrelevant, but if I have button 2, So yeah, that works, but it's supposed to set it to 3, and I'm guessing that it's not? Yeah, that's not activating at all. Which is weird, because what is even being ignored here, right? These aren't activated at all, do they? No, they don't. Because they aren't connected at all. Okay, well, guess I'm the smartest logicist ever. What a way to be. What a way to be. I got it, though. Figured it out. So I'm not too upset at myself. It's a very, like, rookie mistake, but being able to spot it out by looking at the logic is good. Okay, and then the activation of this, I'm pretty sure, yeah, comes with the activation of the actual thing itself. So when this turns on, this is also supposed to turn on. And then same for this one. So if I connect that up, then going over to the left from here should result in an actual effect and not literally nothing at all. Unless I forgot to reset it to start. My bad. Okay. Okay. Sick. Yes. Okay. That. Oh my gosh. Alright, I'm gonna post a teaser of this and then get right back to work. Okay. I posted a teaser. Um, okay. So, look at how ugly this looks now. So, I have to do this again. Which sucks. Um, but essentially, I've done the normalized directions, but I have to do if you're going back towards the middle room. So I have to literally do the inverse of everything that I just did. Um, which should be a little easier now, but it's still not great. Um, I also need to choose in which room and in which place the key will render, how you'll pick up the key, and same thing with the middle. I need to um, prevent middle, uh, middle and key spawn, pick up for key and middle. Um, and opposite direction movement. Okay. After 8 hours in this game, 6 hours spent working, uh, I have more work to do. Considerably more work to do. This system was the most time-consuming part, and I have to do it again, which sucks. Um, and then I'll have to do like a finalized test version, which will suck as well. But okay. I don't see too much of a problem in this. I think that it's a perfectly okay thing, but I'm gonna go ahead and okay, so I guess now I should probably do the inverse movements. So like, um, if at wherever. So the requirements are position, button, room, and key. So the two that are always connected are um, because position and button are consistent ones, right? So um, if I check position and button first, then I can use that for both functions, and then one just also, and then they both check for their individual rooms and key if needed, right? So I can do that. Um, Actually, key is not a requirement of going back, so key is completely negligent or negligible, negligible. So at this point, I kind of just need to code in going down from up, going up from down, right from left, and left from right. So, okay. Oh boy, I'm not excited. I'm gonna move this truck out of the way, and I'm gonna try a little something different for this, I guess. A different way of designing it. So, I kind of want to do it like linearly. Like, I'm just gonna do it from left to right instead of this really convoluted setup. So I'm gonna do like, okay, this first one right here is gonna be from right to left, and then just figure out from there, really. Because I've got, up, left, right, and down from middle, but I need to actually code it into where you can get back to the middle. So, um, yeah, okay. So, uh, I still have to choose which one renders the key, but whatever. Oh, and I'll have to do reverse rendering as well. No, wait. Because once you're back in the room, I can just re-render, right? Yeah, I can connect this to the same render block, I think. Yeah. So it's actually really, really simple. I just have to... Okay. Okay, that makes this a lot easier to bear. So it's... Isn't this literally just a copy of what I already did? But, okay. Um... So if I check for, okay, the first thing that I have to check for, as I literally said before, is I need to make a check for, um, if you're going with position and button, because those are the two convenient thing or consistent things. Oh, that not gate truck load did not save. That got deleted. Okay. Just realized. Well, let's hope I don't need it. If I do, then I can just load in, but, you know, I don't want to. Okay. Nathan Apollo. That's nice. Okay. So, there are 4 different ones that are going to check for position and button. So, yeah. I'm going to go with this. And then from each of these, we're going to have 2 possibilities. So I should probably split these up a little more. So, it then needs to detect what room you're in. Yeah. And then that's actually it, I think. Literally, I think this is the entire system right here. I forgot that some of these truckloads decided to also have NOT gates in them on accident. So, okay. Alrighty. So I'm gonna go ahead and do left, up, right, down. I'm gonna mark these first. And then down. Left, up, right, down. Lurd. Anyways, from this, I know for a fact that I'll have these 2. Um, and this is going to ask me from the 3 right rooms, and, you know, it's just the opposite of whatever the letter is. And since I don't need the key because I'm moving backwards into a room, so I know for a fact that I had the key to get into there, that makes my life not require any of the extra little tidbits, which makes my life a little easier, right? Hug. Okay. So now I need to check for the specific button, which for the first one is going to be left. Okay, that is up. Okay, I'm gonna close this for now. Okay. Alrighty, and then that next to down. Alrighty, now we need positions, which are literally just, well, I might actually have to change the rendering system a little bit because of this, but either way, this isn't too bad. So I need to grab positions. So if I'm going left, I need, I mean, if I'm going left, then I need to be over here, right? Which means that I just need to get the closest variant of this, which will be as of following this wire. Okay. Alrighty. Then that's a completely useless truck to me. Alrighty. I'm going to make the assumption that I can find the up one pretty easily. Because the up coordinate is top middle. Which is just follow the most convoluted line ever. Jeepers cripes, dude. Okay. Now I need to figure out the one to go to the right, which is this, the one that's currently active. And then down is just going to be bottom middle. So I need to follow this line. Okay, let me try to solve this line again. Or watch this line again. Okay. Okay. And we went, yes, down from here. And then, yes. That's good. And then it goes through there. And into here, which this accidentally guesses is the um, right input, which I don't know how exactly I got that, but I'm supposing that I'm going to have to do this myself. Whereas the right input is what? No, because that is right. Okay. See, now that's so stupid. Okay. Well, okay. And there. That should make that done. Where now all I have to do is check for rooms. So, if I am in the room furthest right, so furthest is going to be on the right, okay? And then closest, which is an extremely convoluted line out, is going to be on the inside, right there. On the left side, really, is what I probably should have said. Um, okay. And then, this is the difficult one because I don't really, and I didn't do a lot with this one. At least I didn't do the standardized at this point design. So it got um, a little left out of the design that I'd recognize. So I'm still getting it right, but it's normally I would try to design a lot of this stuff in advance so that I wouldn't have to worry about changing designs in the future. But this was like literally a spontaneous, okay, we're making this on Halloween thing, right? So I didn't get much time to plan. And the time that I did have to plan, I spent sleeping. Because this rest is important. Okay, and that marks the end of that. That's fine. And then I should just be able to re-render the last room. But like if I'm going, um, like let's say I'm in the rightmost room, and I go left out of there. If I render it, I'm gonna start in the left instead of the right. Yeah, which means that I have to separate, um, I either separate the rendering based on that, or I just take the rendering components, which seems like a much easier thing to do. Um, And I can also just use the rendering from the other side, uh, what that says to render like, and then that should work. So I still need the 4 rendering bits, right? Something like that. Um, if I'm going to do this, then I need to turn off last, turn on new, change position, um, re-render known, re-render barriers and doors. Okay, so each one has 3 for barriers and doors. Turn off last and turn on new, that's 2. That's 5, and then 6. And I feel like that is a lot more than if I were to just separate the OR gates for um, killing. Or moving. So, moving. Jesus, killing. But that would also take a lot of time that I do not have, so we're just gonna have to deal with this. Okay. Gotta have some sort of will to finish, right? I can't do things that are gonna jeopardize my ability to finish this project in a reasonable amount of time. Gotta have this done as soon as possible. Like, literally as soon as possible. I cannot submit this, like, probably can't really submit it later than midnight, honestly. Okay, someone just pinged me saying that they're starting to genuinely question my mental wellness. What could they possibly be talking about? It's not weird to do logic for this long. Um, oh, I started working on my main account. That would have been a bad idea. Okay. So, yes, we need the 6 from here. Uh, but for both of these, right? For both of these, the position is the same, right? Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to question this. I'd much rather just have this project done. 8 times 6 is 48. Jeez. 48 OR gates for this. Definitely could make this simpler, but... Or cheaper, I mean. Simpler is very subjective for something like this. It's going to look much simpler like this than if I were to do it differently. Um, okay. And we're actually almost done with placing down the ore gates for this. It's just very expensive, and this is definitely going to be annoying as heck to wire. Okay. Now I know that because this is what up, right, down, left. I think so. Anyways, first things first. Um, First things first. I know for a fact that for the first two of these, every single one of them is going to be equal. Um, and then they can't both do that. So I can't just connect it like that. Um, Change position, re-render barriers and doors. Yeah. So I know that one of them is going to render a door and one's going to render the barrier. Turn off last, turn on new. Yeah, so the rest of these are going to be individual. Um, which makes sense. I'm probably going to need another thing of wires. So I'll have to load up my alt soon here. Which is fine, I don't really mind that much. As much as I want this build to be as cheap as possible, I also want it to be uh, as time efficient as possible because I was supposed to have this done before 10 and it is already 11:20, so I'm up way past when I was supposed to go to sleep and I'm working way past when I was supposed to have this done. So I don't know if the end times event automatically ends or if it ends at the end of a server. So what I'm gonna do is probably I think that it's kind of like the Halloween items. I hope at least, because I don't know when this event actually ceases. So it kind of sucked if I were like just about done with the project and then suddenly it decided to break. Well, no longer work correctly because the neon lights will be way too much in the normal time. Which I could like change them out or something, but then I'll have to do some fancy stuff, and I don't want to do that. Okay. Oh boy. Wait. Isn't it connect them on the... Yeah, it's connect them on the outside. Okay. That's why it looks like this. I knew something looked off. I was like, well, that looks a little weird. It's because of this. Okay. So, just by the nature of this, I know some of the things that are immediate connections, because it is literally the opposing, right? So I know for a fact that, like, that's that, and then that's not what I actually want to go for there, because, what? Yeah, see, okay. That is the special one that I do in fact need, right? Okay, and then furthest out is on the right. I know that. I remember that. So I have to incorporate that as an idea when I'm actually putting these together because furthest out is on the right. Furthest out. Ow, my back. Okay. Furthest out is on the right. It's a good thing to remember for this. It's a complete description of all of the reliances on this. Wait. Hmm. If I turn on the last one anyways, it's going to... Okay, yeah, so I do have to just separate. Alrighty. Well, this was a complete waste of my time, right? Um, yeah. So I just need it to be, the one is only actually turned off that certain way if we do it some certain way. Which I don't know if is really distinguishable. 8.5 hours of this, man. Ugh. I guess that the easiest way to do this would be, the button used, right? Um, so like, uh, okay, so the third up in every single one of these is to delete. Um, so that comes out from right here, which functions on the ending of that, which makes sense. Oh, wait. Oh, right. Because actually, no, that wouldn't activate it every single time because that just activates when we finish that. So, like, okay. Yep. I'm gonna go with that, and I'm going to hope and, like, think that I'm right. Sure. Um, and then for this, I can route um for when it is last. Oh, wait. Because if I'm go Oh, wait, what? Oh, I did a lot of useless stuff. Because this is still important, but half of these are useless. Because every time I move back, I'm either moving to this or to this. Right. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and 'cause that all that I need to do for this actually, this doesn't render anything, right? Yeah, there's no rendering at all done in the middle room. So I can literally just have it do yeah, okay. Sick. Okay. So the only rendering that actually needs to be done are two things. Two things. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is fine. Literally the only rendering that I need to do for this is, oh, we're back in the middle, which is extremely convenient, but me having spent so much time on this, and effort and materials, not my best moment. I will have to admit that. Okay, now the bigger one needs to adopt every single practice except for the kill or delete. Why do I keep saying kill of the smaller one? Jeepers cripes, dude. I keep saying kill. Like, I'm not killing the little guy, I'm just moving him. I guess you could say he's getting teleported, so like maybe it is. That's a moral dilemma. That's not something that I care about. I think I did up first, which makes this left. Okay, and then if that's right, well, if that's left, I'm hilarious, aren't I? Anyways, I need to take this over and drag it to the off button for that. This one needs to go to the off button for furthest over. Oh, my main disconnected for being inactive for 20 minutes. That's fine. And then this is going to have to turn on middle, which is actually going to be what a lot of these will have in common, is turning on the middle one, which means that I can connect all of them by that. Not all of them, but most of them. All the tiny ones, all the too talls will be turning on middle, which means that every single one of them is capable of being connected to another okay. And if I try to figure this out, where exactly is active right now? I don't think anywhere actually is active. Yeah, I think that was just a fluke where nothing was on. But if now I go over now, if I go over here, that's weird because it decided to render us over here. What? What in the world? Why did it render us right here? In both, actually. It rendered us in both. That's so odd. I'm under the slight impression that for whatever reason, there's a connectional issue where suddenly and out of completely nowhere, this is connected to the on switch of slight left. Okay, and then if I do this, then I'm supposed to be in normal area, but instead I'm over here. Oh, this is a massacre of my hard work. It only makes sense because this is, it isn't programmed to delete everything if you move. It's programmed to delete one specific thing if you move. My favorite thing about this movement system is as long as, like, I can move up and right at the same time, it'll just render a little weird. With no adverse issues. Oopsies, that was a mistake. Okay, and then if I do that, I am over here. Okay, right. Everything is completely fine. I move to the left. Perfectly good. Oh. That's what, right? Maybe? Maybe? No, that doesn't go into it. No. Yeah. Is it thinking that I'm going to the left still? Does it have to do this every single time I do anything? I need to add a ton of delays somewhere to prevent it from misreading my input? Man, 8.5 hours in this project, and most of it is trying to finagle it into not giving me extra problems. My music turned off. Um, okay, so I have to solve for this, where it thinks that I'm still going left. Maybe I could just... Um, hmm. If I wait enough time before processing this input, then it will not have time for that. So if I literally just put a delay to the button input of this, if I move, oh, well, darn, okay. Looks like I've got to get my alt back or my main back in here, but not so terrible, right? Okay. This is not going to be done before midnight. and if that is the input instead. Right. That just did nothing. Okay. What? Oh, yes. Okay. Right. I might just be dumb. Um, oh, right, but that has to put you... Okay, so... Right. So that fixed that issue, but it also needs to put you, the player needs to go to the correct placement, which means that I've got to... You could have just worked, you know. That would have been much more convenient for me, game. Um, okay, so imagining this. I know for a complete fact that one of these should work. I know for a fact that one of these should work. It's just whichever one will set this to, yeah, so it's whichever will set this to 3, which is the one at the very end. So if I instead grab these and try to trace them to the very end, yes, the end ones should should work. Huh? That's weird. Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, that's why, that's why, that's why, that's why. So I tried to just do that. Anyways. What? Um, that's not even possible. Yeah, it can't happen. Unless it's thinking that I'm subtracting one because I'm going left, which means I need also a delay on it turning this on. Goodness gracious, dude. Every little bit of this build needs a delay. Jeepers cripes. The most delay heavy build ever. I swear. Yes. Okay. Sick. Alrighty. Not that much left then. That's 6. I'll need more. Is the ferry there right now? If it is, I might as well just go right now, but I can't see if it's there or not. It is. Alright. Might as well just go and guess I'll grab like 12 more. If I'm gonna need delays, I might as well get them. Alrighty. We're on the move. I posted another teaser of the build. Okay. Alrighty. Should be a quick stop. I just need to grab uh some delays and then I should be able to hopefully get right back on the ferry. Found another big tree. See, I thought it was. I thought it was. I'm actually not gonna cut this one down. Alright. Sick. Oh. Okay. Lynx is probably just about to close, which means that spook tree kinda. Okay, that hurt my heart. Romer said that no one cares about logic. That's because he's not nerd enough. That's the simple solution to it all. He is not nerd enough. Alright, it's midnight now. Alright. And hopefully the ferry is still there. I kind of doubt it at this point. Uh, the doors decided to do this to me, which sucks, but that's perfectly okay because I'm a pro at getting stuff out. Well, I mean, lucky me. Barry was leaving as soon as I got on there. Alrighty. Okay. We're honestly pretty close to the end of this project, but this is a 9-hour recording so far, which is the longest recording that I've ever done. And it's killing my C drive. I need to move some stuff from it. I really need to move some stuff from it. I have 11 gigabytes on my C drive. I'm pretty sure that I probably have some Steam games on my C drive that I can remove. Something like that, you know. I should probably just use Space Sniffer. Space Sniffer. Run as administrator. And please help me with my C drive, yo. Definitely need some help with that. Okay. Oh, I just cleared up 20 gigabytes by deleting all of my Adobe products. I think that works well. Um, let's see. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and if I check now, I've got 17 more gigabytes, which is a saving grace. That gives me some more hours for this, but I don't really need that much more, I hope. That was left, so up. So this is going to start from down, uh, which means that I'm going to have to take from here. Oh, and I do need more wires. Okay. Gotta get that all in here. Ooh. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it was 1. Yes. Okay, Johnson, that's fine. We can go with this. I'm okay with that. Okay, good then. Alright, we've got wires. So now let's move. Honestly, I want to just dump these trucks, but it's okay for now. I'm gonna keep them until I know for a fact that they are completely useless to me and I will not need them at all and I can just toss them. But for now, I will hold on to them. Okay. And then from there, it's going to be the down, which should just be um, down one should be when I go up, which should just be these over here, right? that means that that's off. Um, and then for this one, I need to instead make that go on and make the one in front of it go off. Perfect description. I know, I'm so right. I'm so cool, right? I can describe so well. I'm remarkable. Okay, so when I'm going up from down, I should be at the bottom of the screen afterwards, which is the same as when I'm going up, right? Which is obvious, but the first thing I did was when I was going up, right? Which means that naturally I should just be able to toss two over here. Okay. And that's problematic because it is sending us up, right? Yeah, like we are in the middle again, and everything is perfect, but it is refusing to send out a signal to this, which means that one of these signals over here is not staying on. Specifically this signal, which is getting turned off. This is an AND gate, right? Okay. I already know that that works. I already know that that works. However, I do not know what is turning this off before it has the chance to function. If I press the button, this functions, right? This happens. And then this does not, which is awfully weird. I'm actually halfway sure that because these are just out from that, yeah, I don't actually have to connect the display parts. Like, if I rig out all of these, um, it should be fine. But let's see what happens if I do this. Just because I'm kind of interested in knowing, um, if I go down from here, it was supposed to work. Oh, went over too far. That was weird. Whoa. Whoa. Supposed to go to the bottom, and it sends me to... It does send me to the bottom, but it also turns this on. Okay. Something is keeping it on. Something is keeping it on. I'm going to say that it's probably this. So if I take this away, okay, hypothesis disproven. Darn. Okay. Problem should be solved. Something broke. For whatever reason, going down into here no longer functions as it should. It's supposed to be setting it to 3, because as of right now it's at 1. Uh, okay. It's just a fluke. Okay. And if I try to go up from here, that was close. But I'm guessing it was something about delays. Maybe it should wait longer. No. No, because this one... I don't know. I'm going to try it with a delay of nothing first. Okay. It's a bug fix for later, I guess. Yeah, so... try delay of 1 second, I guess. Or, I mean, 1 tick, right. Um... Got no idea why that's not deleting correctly, but that's genuinely something I need to figure out later. Ugh. Okay, that's problematic. See? It's fine. Okay. Then that is not even close to fine, actually. Because that's the essential equivalent of a full reset of the game for what is, to me, no reason at all. Because I see literally nothing happening except for the game resetting. 12:31. Okay. So, um, let's go ahead and just, because this shouldn't have any problems at all. I don't have any idea what this problem is, dude. Okay, so that's good news, right? It's going through here, right? But when it goes through here, okay, what if, what if, oh, what I do is I do this, and then I make these their own individual one-tick generators, each of which, if I go ahead and do the first one real quick, and these are both, if I just, do this really quick, then if I drag this output over here, Okay. Now if I go up from here, the hope is that this will so 3 on. It's supposed to be 1 on, dude. Okay. We're gonna have to look at this closer. Okay. And then imagine that just from here, right? I go up. And that activated without doing that because I either hid the wire or never connected it. Oh my gosh. That probably explains like half the error that I've been encountering, dude. I've been running this without even the possibility of that happening. Of course, I've run both tests, but that, such a rookie. I've been making a lot of rookie mistakes today. Boy, oh boy. To be fair, I have been doing logic for so many hours. So many hours. What? I don't even. How can I even describe that? That is 1 on, though. I believe that I routed this into the wrong ones. I do think that it's actually 1 over here that I needed. Okay, so there was a small bit of a problem, and then now, if I go up from here, yes. Okay, now I want to do this over here as well. So just make a second design of this. Literally just remake this design right here. Um, and then if this works, I get to be joyous. I get to be jolly. Hmm. Okay. Oh yeah. And then this is essentially just connected to the same thing, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, if I go down, and then if I go up, uh, close, 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 close. Um, there was one problem with it. One problem is that it reset us to the first, right? But that's better than literally not working at all, which is what I was facing for a little while. So, we've had a little bit of improvement. So, whatever is happening here, it's telling this to turn 0 on instead of... Should be turning that on, but is it possible that this isn't being delayed enough? Maybe if I up the delay tick by 1? Hopefully that works. Yes, yes, that worked. And then hopefully, all things considered, and it shouldn't have made any big change, but um, out of interest of testing. No, that did not work. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Because now we've got that error of us going up by 2. Uh, so what's the issue here? Is that we're rendering up for too long, and it's like, oh, well, you just went up, so... If I go down... Oh, see, what? I got no idea what that was. Okay. Okay. Now, if instead I go down here and then try to go up. Yes, okay. That's all I needed. Alrighty. Now, um, okay, okay, okay. Now, um, that's good. That's good. It functions. It functions. I was a little worried for a while that we'd reached a breaking point, but it's okay. And we're about 10 hours in. About 10 hours in. 12 hours if you include the start of my day. Okay. Anyways, as far as I am aware, since this is right, we're grabbing data from the left. So from the left here, this is this guy off, which we actually do need for this over here. And yeah, for the left. over for that, man. Yeah, that's too far over. I'm under the impression that it's because I haven't moved this yet. Which is probably completely and entirely true, but, you know. Okay. That should be fixed now, I hope. Okay. Oh. One, two, three. I think that it's typically three. What a way to be. Me figuring out there's an error that's always present and then not really solving the error because I'm the smartest guy that I know. Alrighty. That's not really good. um, that was supposed to do that, but I'm honestly not halfway surprised that it didn't. That's weird. We reverted out of the correct. Oh, baby, what? Okay. Um, I think I'm just kind of overloading the system by moving too fast. I think it's okay. I'm also doing things that I'm not supposed to be able to do by going through the middle area. So it's just deleting it. Why is it? Because obviously we're not waiting long enough before setting this to a specific one, right? Am I setting it to 1? Yeah, right. I'm pretty sure that I am. So I think that this is going to be another one of the ones where I have to do this setup because, yeah, or no. No, we're setting it to 3, aren't we? No, we are setting it to 1. Okay, yeah. We're gonna need another one of these. Okay. That's okay. It's kind of interesting that this was the next one that we had to do. Just by the fact that, like, wow, that's kind of interesting, but okay. actually pretty sure that I have to remove all of the wires from here. Over 10 hours on this recording now. I thought this would be a much, much quicker project. I'm betting like half of this recording is just bug fixing. It's really not that surprising because I haven't done a lot of logic like this before, and also Lumber Tycoon just hates me. So, like, what's the surprise here? But, um, okay. So, the one from red to middle works. That's such a weird issue to have. What's it doing? Okay. This one should be connected to um small on big off. Okay, big off, and it's supposed to also hook up to small on. Which just by this visual, I'm guessing it does. Huh, maybe not. Um, what? Oh, okay, right. I don't get it. I do not understand. I genuinely don't have a clue. Because I'm under the impression that at this point it is understanding. So is it trying to think, okay, well, he's still going right for like a really, really, really long time? If I increase this a ton, then it should work if that's the case, I think. That's not the case, then. I genuinely do not think that's possible. I'm under the impression that something in terms of this is turning uh that on. Or he's gonna make it go crazy. I have no idea. I have no idea. It genuinely makes zero sense. I mean, half the bugs in this game make no sense. Sometimes something random happens, and it's like, how do I fix something that it never happens outside of like a 1 in 100 chance? You know? How do I fix that? This happens every single time, and it makes no sense. I don't understand at all how this could possibly happen. Well, I fixed it. Okay. I guess I didn't know how it could happen because I placed this here. I did know, right? I thought that would work, but okay. So at this point, I've also come to the conclusion that, um, yeah. So, I made that finally work. Position button, room key 8. Prevent middle and key spawn. Pick up for key and middle opposite direction movement. So I need to set up some signal locks, which means that I do need those NOT gates. So let me go ahead and open up that account. And whilst this account is opening, uh, whilst this is loading in, I'm going to go and use the bathroom. Just realized that my mic was still off. What an oddity. Bear with the white screen for a second. Sorry for the flashbang, guys. Okay, and it's also not terribly convenient, but I'll have to join on this, and then I think that I might. Okay. Not like I have a choice. Anyways, it's gonna crash my Roblox. Okay. Sick, I guess. Um, Pretty sure that I've just fully restarted my VIP server, which means, yeah, I believe that it did. So, Spook Timer is well past reset, which is kind of sad. I probably wouldn't look for more Spook anyways. I've kind of tapped out of that game now. 26 gigabytes free on my C drive, so I should try and finish this as quickly as possible. Still, you know, it's crazy that I'm still trying to finish this as quickly as possible. Okay, that's good then. Um, where were we? Probably doing something that wasn't going very well. Um, yes, I was getting the stuff for signal locks for those. Although this is still not done yet, so I should finish up with this. Yeah, so this is down, which means it is coming up from the top up here. So I need to maneuver some wires over to here. So I need, pretty close to done, I guess, because I think the biggest thing for this was very clearly the movement system. Uh, so as soon as this is done, we're pretty free, you know? Okay. Um, Now I kind of have to code in where exactly I want the key, um, and also the winner's place. So, um, hmm. Okay, one thing at a time. Hmm. Okay, that's all that I have left, which isn't so bad actually. So I just need to code in where exactly I want the middle. So, um, I'm actually just gonna go ahead and put that in right now because it's really, really, really easy. Uh, it's literally an OR gate and then some quick put wires in some places. Because I'm not using a randomizer for it, I can literally just place it wherever I want. I also have to do that. So, it's actually not so hard to do that one, I don't think. Okay. Um, and then from here, yeah, okay. Boy, oh boy. Okay. This is fine, because I'm just getting ready for the, not able to move unless the middle is present. Okay, so I need, so this should be locked, um, when, uh, okay, and then this should be, to the left of pumpkin. Alright, that's the first one. And then I have to do that for each and every one of these, which really is not all that hard. So I need to grab uh, 3 more AND gates. Okay. That is okay. No middle if not middle. Um, so when he spawn, he collide, full reset. Okay. Um, let's see. How many things do I have to reset? 9. Um, 15. 15? It's not so bad. Yeah, 15. 16, actually. Key. Okay, 16 is fine. 16 is fine. There they are. My buttons. Alright, almost 11 hours now. That's a lot of time to be on Lumber Tycoon. Okay. Now I just need to drag this to every single one of these. I'm noticing I kind of did it far away, but that's okay. I just need to also remember, like, this one I need to shut off so I can take that from right there, right? Um, and then I'd also, realistically, turn this one off. I'm just going to take just a little over the single wire. However, because I'm resetting to basic, I would actually turn on the middle. So that's just a distinction that has to be made for some of these. Um, although at this point it's very clear that um, it's going to be a little difficult. That is the full reset done. Which means I need to decide where the key spawns, how players will collide with the key. I think it's actually very, very easy to determine how players collide with the key. They have to check where they are at any given time, and then if they hit there, give them the key, and then also have the key uh, render. Okay. Anyways, when key spawn, key collide. Okay. So, um, the key can just be, um, let's say the key can just be, uh, yeah, okay. So, um, uh, I'm gonna place over here, even though it's not actually going to be based on this one, because otherwise you wouldn't actually be able to win. Um, okay, but now if I go ahead and I connect this, then um, I follow that with okay, if I follow that by these two essentially randomly placed not gates. This is what gonna turn on I guess like top right. Sure. This is not allowed if Okay. So key spawn is set up. Um, Now I just need if right one room and top right corner key. Mm. Almost sneezed into my mic for the second time in this recording. That would have sucked. Okay, and then this needs to be reliant on a second AND gate as well. Please do not break my other clients. Oh, thank you. Okay. Gonna grab a little more wires. Jeez. 11-hour stream. Or not stream, sorry, recording. Same thing, right? 11-hour stream would be a little crazier because I'd have to be actively keeping up with chat. Okay. And then that is what? Good? Yep, should be. Okay, and then because I set it up to where you could move into that spot if the thing was there, all I need is actually one AND gate, just coming out of here for sure. Um, and all I need to check is the very, very middle. Okay, now this function is pretty much just meant to do this. Um, and I guess I could also have it go, um, if I went ahead and got 4 OR gates really fast. Luckily we have 4 over here. But with these OR gates, I can also make it lock all controls, so your only option is to do the reset button. Alrighty. Now I just need to connect each and every one of these to one of these blue lines going into signal locks. I'd say it's not terribly hard to understand what you're supposed to do still, kinda. And then all that's left is to connect this in, and that is supposed to be when done as well. It actually will still show those, but you're going to be in the bottom room, so all I have to do to make it look cool is not connect that directly, but add another OR gate. And if I do add this other OR gate, I can connect it up to the top one so that when you're at the bottom, you'll be able to see all 4 lit up and it'll look special. Okay. Now, this is a 13-hour build because I had 2 hours of prep for it. Material prep. Um, Time to post this. It's done. It's done. Okay, I am gonna end the recording now. Jeepers Cripes.